will be a Starfreelancer. Learn new skills. Set your goals. Increase your skills. Browse over 100 plus videos and ebooks. Jump to starfreelancer.eu.
We will now create the contact info section, which is the first card inside of our second column here in our 2-column grid. So this comes right after testimonials on smaller screens, but on wider screens it's the first thing in the second column. This contains several small sections within it with different icons, links, and finally a form. So let's get started. In our code editor, we'll now check where our closing div tag for the column is, since we want to create a new column. So here we have the beginning div tag for our column. We'll scroll down. We can see that it's right there. So here we'll start creating the second column. We add the div tag with the class called 12 to make it full width initially, and call LG4 to make it span 4 out of 12 columns for large devices and up. So this is equal to 1/3 of the width. Then we have the div tag with the class card and MB4 just like before, and the H2 heading element with the classes card header and text center. The text will be contact info, and then we create the wrapping element for the card body, like so. Inside of this, we'll now align our content on a row instead of a column. So to do this, we're using flex classes. So we have the div tag with the class dflex and align items start. This will align the items to the top vertically. Inside of this, we'll first create our icon, which can be seen in the left side. So we have the div tag with the class FA layers, FA FW, FA2X, MR3. So let me explain. This is a wrapping element to create a layer of icons when we're using Font Awesome. That's why we're using the FA layers class. This will give it a fixed width, and this will give it the size twice as default. The MR3 will add some margin to the right. You can learn more about how to use Font Awesome in another lecture in this course. Inside of this, we'll create our 2 icons, which we want to be layered. So the first, we'll create that using the FAS class, the FA circle to get the circle element, and the text primary to give the primary color. Then we add the other icon, which you want on top of this, using the FAS class, FA male to get the male icon, and text white to give it a white text or color. Then we also add the data FA transform with the value shrink 5 to make it shrink a little bit so it can fit inside of that circle above it. To the right side of this, we'll add the div tag with the class flex grow 1, so it will take up most of the space in the horizontal row. And then we add the text first name, last name, and after that we add a horizontal ruler using the HR tag. Now let's see what this looks like. So in the browser, we select the right tab, refresh, and scroll to the top. Here we see that we have the first small section with the name and the mail icon. We can check the finished version over here. So next up, it's the birthday. Now we want to copy this code here, like so. Whoops. Copy and paste it in. We'll still keep the circle for the background layer, but the icon will now be a calendar alt, so an alternative version of the calendar icon, and it should shrink with the value of 8 over here. The text will be 1st of January 1990, and we'll wrap that in the time attribute with the or time element with the date time attribute being 1990-01-01. So this is the date and I can see I misspelled this, so this is the correct format. Alright, and we have the HR tag here. Let's save and take a quick look. This, we can see that something is missing in here, so let me just quickly check what that can be. I forgot, or I misspelled calendar, so now it's working. We'll continue. Now we're going to create some different contact information here. We have two sections with this, with a bunch of different links and icons. So let's create these two sections. We'll start by copying this and paste it in. Now we'll change this calendar icon to a phone icon. We'll keep this shrink value over here, and we'll now remove this content. We'll actually change this div element to an unordered list, since we're using a list of contact information, and therefore we'll also add the class list unstyled, so it shouldn't look like a regular list, but for semantic reasons we're using the UL tag. Alright, inside of this we'll add our first list item, and inside of this an anchor tag with the href value being till colon and then plus 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 0. So this is a link for a phone number. Now we will format it in a human-friendly way, like so, using brackets and dashes. So we have our first list item there. After this we create one more, and now we want an icon inside of this, so we add an I tag with the class FAB to use a brand icon, FW to get it fixed with, then Skype to use the Skype icon, and we give it a muted text color using the text muted class. Close the I tag, add a space, and then we create our link here, and the text within that link will be Skype_user. Now let's copy this list item and paste it in, change the icon to WhatsApp, like so, and change the text to WhatsApp_user. We'll place our horizontal ruler in a list item as well. So let me just create that like so, a list item with the HR element inside of it. Now let's create the next section before we preview this. So for this section we'll have the envelope icon. We'll keep the shrink value, and this first link will be a mail to link to an email address, so we have the prefix mail to colon and then mail@domain.com inside of the href attribute. The text will be the mail@domain.com. Then we have a LinkedIn icon, like so, and we'll simply add the text LinkedIn. Then we have a Twitter icon with the text @Twitter_user, like so. Alright, let's save this and take a look. Select the right tab and refresh. We can see that there's a little mistake, so let's quickly fix that. Yeah, we can see that there's this extra character right there that we want to remove, and now it looks correct. We will now create the address. You can see it should look something like this. So we scroll a bit down, we copy this code here, paste it in. This time our icon will be a home icon, and we'll remove everything in here and change it back to a div element, like so. Now inside of this we'll add an address element with the class MB0 to remove margin in the bottom. Then we can add our address, street name 123, then a line break, then zip code and city, one more line break, and our country. We'll save, go back and refresh, and here we see it. Next up is the final part of this card. This is our contact formula. So let's create that. We'll start by copy and pasting this code here. We'll update the icon to be the add icon, and we'll remove the content from in here. Now we can create our form. So we'll add the form element. Inside of this, we'll add a wrapper for our form field, a div tag with the class MB3 to add some margin in the bottom to provide the correct spacing that we want. Then we add a div tag with the class input group, since we're creating an input group and we want it to be small, so we add the modifier input group SM. Here we'll now first have our text for this input group using a span tag with the class input group text, and the ID will be name. We'll give it the text name, and after this we create our input element with the type text, class form control. The name will be name. The placeholder attribute will be your name here, and the area label attribute will be your name, and the area described by attribute with the value name, which is referring to the ID up here. Alright, now we can copy and paste everything here, like so, and change the text to email, the ID to email, the type will be email, the name will be email, and this text for the placeholder will be your email here, the area label will be your email, and the value of the area described by attribute will be email. We'll copy and paste this one more time, and now we'll update this ID to message. The email or the text will not be email, this will be an icon, so we use the I tag with the class FAS and then FA pencil alt. So this will be a pencil icon that will go in front of the text area instead of text. So we should use the text area, so now I can remove all this input here and create the text area element with the class form control. The name will be message, placeholder will be your message here, the area label will be your message, the area described by, whoops, that was misspelled, like that, area described by attribute will have the value message as well. And then finally we'll add the rows attribute with the value 3 to set the height in rows. After this wrapper for our form field, we'll add the submit button using the button tag with the type submit and the classes btn, btn sm to make it a small button, and btn primary to make it a primary button. We'll add the text send message. Now we can save and preview this whole contact info section in our browser. Here we see it, but we can see that we're missing the HR ruler. So let's just quickly go back and scroll a little bit up. So right after our address, but still inside of the content of our card, we want this HR ruler. So let's save and go back again. Now we can see that we have the proper spacing that we want. We have now finished this section and can continue to the next one. We will now create the portfolio section. If we take a closer look, we can see that it's similar to some of these smaller sections inside of the contact info card. So we'll try to reuse as much as we can. Go into our code editor, and first let's simply copy this whole card here, all of the code. We select the start tag and the closing tag, and then we copy and paste everything. Or we can start by deleting our code for the form here, since that doesn't look similar, and the address as well. If we take a look back again here, we can see that what looks most similar to this is probably one of these two here. So we'll keep one of these. Let's just keep this second one and erase the other ones. We'll also update this header here to portfolio. Alright, now we want to change this icon to code. We'll still keep the circle in the background and the layers. And now we have this unordered list here. Instead of the mail, we'll erase that. We'll create an icon. And this will be a brand icon, so we're using the FAB class, and then FAW, and FA GitHub, and text muted. So very similar to what we have down here. It's actually exactly the same. And then we add the text here, GitHub. Now we can simply edit the other two here. The second one will be CodePen, and the third one will be Stack Overflow. We update the text as well to CodePen and Stack Overflow, like so. Now we can copy this code and paste it in. And the icon for the second section here will be paintbrush, like so. And this icon will be Behance, the text Behance, and then the dribble icon. Remember 3 B's for this, and we don't need a third item, so we'll simply delete that. The last item in each section should still be a horizontal ruler. Now we'll copy and paste this again. We'll update this here to the be an images icon instead of the paintbrush. Then we have Flickr as our first list item for both the icon and text, and then Instagram, like so. Then we can copy and paste this for our final small section, which will use the video icon. So first we have the YouTube icon down here with the text YouTube, and then the Vimeo icon with the text Vimeo. Let's save and see if we have done everything correct. Select the right tab and refresh. We can see that there's quite a few mistakes. Let's take a look at that. Now I have found the mistake. We can see that there's a closing LI tag here. This should be a closing I tag matching this, and then we misses the closing LI tag here. So now it looks like the other list items. I have to edit this 4 places since I copied and pasted this code. I hope you didn't make the same mistake. So I'll correct this in the last place, and now we can take a look. But we'll also remove this horizontal ruler in the last section here. We don't want that. Now when we refresh, we can see that everything looks perfect. We can also see we don't have the horizontal ruler below the last little section here. We don't want that, as we can see here in the finished project. We're not using that below the last section. Alright, so this was the portfolio section. We will now create our last section of this page, the skills section. We can see that this consists of various headings and icons and the progress component. We have 5 different sections here, or 4 different sections inside of this card. Okay, let's go back here and find the closing tag for the card right there. And after this, we can create our last card component using the div tag, the class card and MB4. Inside this, we have the h2 heading element, the classes card header and text center, and the text will be skills. After this, we have the div tag with the class card body. Inside of this, we'll create a div element with the class MB3 to provide some spacing in between our 4 sections here. So the first section will get the h3 heading element with the classes h5 to make it look like an h5 heading element, so a smaller font size, and MB3 to add some margin in the bottom. Give it the text coding languages. After this, we create an h4 heading element with the class h6 to make it look smaller. We use the h3 and h4 to have proper semantics since we're using the h2 up here, but we can change the visual style using these classes. We'll also use the text muted class to give it another text color. Then we'll add icon using the I tag with the classes FAB, FAFW and FAHTML5. We'll make sure to close the I tag and create a space and then the text HTML5. So this will be our h4 heading element, an icon and then a text. After this, we create a progress bar to show our skills within HTML5. So we'll use the div tag with the class progress and the MB3 to add some margin in the bottom. Inside of this, we have the div tag with the class progress bar, BG secondary to add the secondary gray color, and W100 to make it width of 100%. We have the role attribute with the value progress bar and the area value now attribute with the value 100, the area value min attribute with the value 0, and the area value max attribute with the value 100. So this is the minimum and max value and the current value. Now let's save this and take a look if everything looks correct, or refresh, and here we see it. Yes, it looks correct. Now we'll create the other skills within the coding languages section. So we'll copy the h4 heading element and the div element below it and paste it in. Now we can update this icon to CSS3 and the text to CSS3, and we'll keep the length of the progress bar to 100. And we'll paste it in again, update the icon to Sass, the text to Sass. We'll keep the length or the value at 100 again. Then we'll update the next one to less. And this time we'll change the width of the progress bar to 75% just by changing this class here. And we'll add change the area value now attribute to 75. Paste in the code again and change the icon to JS for JavaScript. So we have the text JavaScript, and we'll also change this to be 75% width, and the area value now should be 75 as well. Let's save this, go back and refresh. Here we see all the skills in the coding languages section. Now let's create the 3 next sections. So we'll select the wrapping element here, copy that, paste it in. Now we'll change the heading element to be front end frameworks, like so. We'll use a capital E here. Then we'll update the icon to be React and the text to be React. We'll change the width to 75 and the value here to 75. Next up is Angular, which will have a width of 50% and the value of 50. After Angular we have Vue.js. We'll spell it like Vue.js. change the width to 50. And after this we have Ember. And here we'll change the width to 25% and the value to 25. We'll delete this last skill right here. Now let's copy and paste this code here for this section. Paste it in, update the heading to front-end tools, and then we'll use the gulp icon for the first item and the text gulp. We'll keep it at 75% width, and we'll have grunt, and we want that to be 25% width. So we change the width class and the value here, and then we have npm icon like so, with the text npm with capital letters. We'll change or keep that at 50% width and the 50 value over here. We'll remove this last item. Finally, we have our content management systems section. So we'll update the heading to be content management systems, also known as CMS. Then we'll update the icon here to WordPress, the text to WordPress. We'll update the width to be 50% and the value to be 50. And then we have Drupal. We'll keep the 25% width and value. And finally we'll have Joomla. And this should also be 25% width and the value 25. Now let's save this, go back and refresh. Here we see all the other sections with all the skills and the correct icons. So let's scroll slowly to the top. We have now finished creating our project for the resume and CV page. Here's a preview of the project we're going to create and knowledge base. Here we are at the home page in the mobile portrait version. We'll quickly scroll down and take a look at this page. Then we'll change the device. Here we have a mobile in landscape. Let's scroll to the top. A tablet in portrait, tablet in landscape, a laptop, and finally the desktop layout. So here we have a great overview of the home page. We'll now change to the category page, where we have some page navigation that uses smooth scrolling by using a plugin. That's not part of Bootstrap 5. And finally, we have the article page here. We still have the smooth scrolling plugin working. And we can see here, if we scroll to the bottom, we also are using the highlight.js plugin to highlight a code block here. Alright, so this was a quick overview of what we're going to create in this project. We'll now start by creating the navigation part of this page. So this is the nav bar that we see in the top. We have the brand image and the text knowledge base. Then in the right side we have this drop down that links to other languages. So if we have a knowledge base in different languages. Alright, so let's get started. In our code editor we have this file here with all the basic HTML. We can see that we have the doc type declared. We have the head section with the title being home, knowledge base, and then we have the Bootstrap CSS linked up, as well as the Bootstrap JavaScript in the bottom of our body tag. We will now go ahead and create the nav bar. So first we add the nav tag and give it the classes navbar and then navbar light to have the light version, and we give it the background light by using the BG Light class. Inside of this, we'll add our navbar brand element, so we'll wrap an anchor tag around that with the href attribute with the value being index.html, which is this exact file, and the class should be navbar brand. We'll also add the mr0 class to remove the margin in the right side. Inside of this anchor tag, we'll first add an image, which we'll get from our img folder, and it will be the 40x40.png image. We'll give it the alt attribute with the value brand logo, and the class will be mr2, which will add some margin to the right side. If we open up the sidebar over here, we can see that we have the image I was talking about right there. Alright. We'll also add the text knowledge base, like so. And let me just toggle the word wrap so it's easier to see. Now we'll create our drop down for the language selection. We will create a div tag with the class drop down as our wrapping element. Inside of this, we'll add a button with the type button, and the classes btn secondary to make it a secondary button, btn sn to make it a small button, and drop down toggle to make it look right for a drop down. Then we'll give it the ID drop down language, like so. And we'll add the data toggle attribute with the value drop down, which will hook it up with the Bootstrap JavaScript. For accessibility, we'll also add the area has pop-up attribute with the value true, and the area expanded attribute with the value false. The text will be English for the button. After this, we can create our drop-down menu using a div tag with the class drop-down menu. We'll give it an area labeled by attribute, with the value being drop-down language, which we used right up here. So it's referring to that. Inside of this, we can add a bunch of links. So we'll add an anchor tag with an href attribute, and then we'll simply add this link here. And then the class drop down item. We'll give it the text language, and let's copy this 2 times. Let's now save, go into our browser, select the right tab. Here we have the empty page, and now when we refresh, we can see this here. However, we can see that we forgot something. We can see if you compare it to the finished version, we forgot, of course, the container to wrap around our content inside of the nav bar. So let's just quickly add that right here and select all our code and paste the closing div tag right there. So inside of our nav element, we directly have a container, and inside of this we put all the content for our nav bar. Sorry about this. Let's go back and refresh. So here we have our navigation part of the page. We will now create the search part of this page. We see this form here with an input group, with an input field and a button next to it. So let's go in the code editor, and after our nav or closing nav tag, we'll create a main tag like so for all the main content of our page. Then we'll create a new container to hold our content, and we'll add some margin to the top using the mt3 class, and in the bottom as well using the mb5. Now inside of this, we'll add a form tag with the class mb5 to add some margin to the bottom, and then we'll create our input group using a div tag with the class input group and input group lg to make it a large version. Then we'll add our input with the type attribute with the value search, the name attribute with the value search. The class will be form control. The ID will be search. We'll add the placeholder attribute with the value, how can we help you? And an area label attribute with the value search for. And finally an area described by attribute with the value button search. After this input, we can create our button with the type attribute with the value submit, and the classes btn and btn primary to make it a primary button, and the ID button search. So this ID is connected to the area described by attribute up here, and the text for the button will be search. We can now save, go into the browser, select the right tab and refresh. Here we see our search part of the page. We will now create the articles part of the page. We can see that this is a 4-column grid, and we have card components inside each of the columns. When we resize the browser window, we can see that initially everything is stacked, and for small devices it turns into a 2-column grid, and for large devices it turns into a 4-column grid. So let's go ahead and create this. After our closing form tag, but still inside of our container, we'll add a line break and then add an h2 heading element with the classes text center and mb4 to center it, and add some margin in the bottom. We'll add the text most read articles. After this, we'll create our grid system. First, we must add a div tag with the class row. Inside of this, we'll define our columns. The first one, we'll get the div tag with the classes call 12 to span the full width initially, call sm6 to span half of the width for small devices and up, call lg3 to span a quarter of the width for large devices and up, and for some spacing we add the mb3 to add some margin in the bottom initially, and mblg0 to remove the margin in the bottom for large devices and up when we have all of the 4 columns lined up on one line. Then we don't need the spacing below them. Inside of this column we can now create our content, which will be the card component. So we add a div tag with the class card. Inside of this we'll first add an image, the source being an image from the img folder 700 times 500.png. We'll give it the alt attribute with the value article image, and the class will be card img top. After this, we'll create our card body using a div tag with the class card body. We'll also add the class text center to center the content inside of it. First, we add our card title using an h3 heading element with the class card title. To decrease the font size a bit, we'll add the h5 class, so it will look like an h5 heading element. Inside of this, we'll add an a tag that will link to article.html, and inside of this a tag, the text will be article heading. After this h3 heading element, we can add a div tag with the class card text. I'll open up the sidebar, go in here, scroll a bit down. Here's the text that we want to use. Copy and paste it in right there. We can now copy and paste this column 3 times, so we have a total of 4 of these. And for the last one, we won't need any of these margin bottom utility classes, since it's the last one in the list. Now let's go back, refresh in the right tab, and here we see it. If we resize, we can see that initially all of them stacks, then a 2-column grid for small devices and up, and a 4-column grid for large devices and up. So this was the article section. We will now create the categories section. So this is a 4-column grid that behaves in the same way as the one up here with articles, but here we are simply using headings and paragraphs. We can see when we resize the window that it changes at the same breakpoints, small breakpoint and for the large breakpoint. So let's go ahead and create that. We'll scroll a bit down here. So we must locate our closing div tag for the row. Then we'll first add a horizontal ruler and the class my5. After this, we'll add an h2 heading element with the classes text center and mb4, like we did before, this time with the text categories. Then we can start creating our grid system. So this was similar to before, so we add the row tag, and then we'll create the column using the call 12, call sm6, call lg3 classes, and to provide some spacing we add mb3 and mbsm5. So this means we'll initially add margin to the bottom with the size of 3, and for small devices and up we'll increase that to 5 and keep it for the larger screen sizes. Then we'll add an h3 heading element with the class h5 to decrease the font size. And then we'll add an anchor tag that will lead us to category.html, which is the next page that we're going to create. And then we'll add the text category heading. After this heading, we'll add a paragraph. And this will have the same text as up here. So I'll just copy and paste that. Now we want to copy this column and we need a total of 12. So 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Let's save this, go into the browser and see if we have everything done right. Yes, it looks like that. If we change between the two versions here, we can see that we have the horizontal ruler, the heading and the 4-column grid. So this was the categories section. We will now create the footer part of the page. We can see that this has another background color, a small image, some copyright notice, and a list of 4 links with icons. So let's go in here, and now we want to go down below our closing main tag and add a footer tag. This will get the class small to have small font size and BG light to add the background color. Inside of this, we'll add the div tag with the class container, and then py3 to provide for vertical padding, and then pysm5 to increase that vertical padding for small devices and up. And then we'll add the text center to center the text inside of it. Then we'll first add the image, which will also be centered since it's an inline block element or inline element. This is the image that we're looking for, 120 times 40.png, with the alt attribute, the value brand logo, and we'll also give it the classes mb2 and increase that margin in the bottom to mbsm4. So for small devices and up, this will be increased. After this, we'll add our copyright notice using a paragraph with the mb2 class for margin and mbsm4 class. So just the same as up here to provide the right spacing that we want. Then we add the HTML copy entity symbol for copyright. So ampersand copy colon, and then 2020 brand name, and then all rights reserved. Alright, now we can create our list of links with icons. We'll start with the URL tag and give it the class list inline to make it an inline list, and mb0 to remove the margin in the bottom. Then we'll add our first list item using the li tag with the class list inline item. Inside of this, we now first want to add an icon and then a link. We'll use icons from Bootstrap. So to find these, we'll get to getbootstrap.com or go to getbootstrap.com, and up here in the menu, we'll click the icons link. Now we want a house icon, so we'll search for house. We'll take that one called house fill. Now we simply want to copy this HTML here or SVG code, go into our code editor and paste it in like so. We'll just check the indentation. It looks great. To the class here, we'll add the text muted class to give it the gray background color. After the SVG, we'll add an anchor tag with the text brand name. Now we can create one more list item with the class list inline item. This time we want a book icon, so we go back here, one page back, and we search for book. We want the book fill here. We copy the code again and we'll paste it in. We'll add the class text muted again, and after this we'll add an anchor tag with the text tutorial. Then we'll create our third list item, the class list inline item. Go back here and get a pencil icon. Remember, you can learn more about how to use Bootstrap icons in different ways in another lecture in this course. We want this pencil fill icon, so we copy the code here and paste it in. We'll add the class text muted to get the right color that we want. After this, we'll add our anchor tag with the text block, and then create our final list item with the list inline item class. And this time we want an envelope icon. Back in the browser, one page back, search for envelope. We'll take the envelope fill variant, we'll copy it, paste it in, and add the class text muted. After this, we add our anchor tag with the text contact. Now let's save this. Go into a browser, select the right tab. We can close these two tabs for the icons. Now we'll refresh, and here we see our footer. We can see that the spacing between the image and paragraph changes when we move from the initial breakpoint, the extra small breakpoint, to the small breakpoint. Right there, we can see the spacing increased all around the elements in the footer. So this was the footer. We'll now start creating the second page for this project, which is the category page. So we can follow this link here, category heading, to this category page. We'll first focus on the search and breadcrumb up here in the top. We can see that initially these are stacked with the search at the top, and then when we reach a certain breakpoint, it will turn into a 2-column grid, and they will change the order so the breadcrumb becomes the first one. This happens for large devices and up. So let's go into our code editor, select all the code and copy, open up the sidebar and create a new file. We'll call it category.html. We'll paste in all the code, close up the sidebar. Then we'll get rid of some of the content. First we can remove this category section, and then we can remove the most read articles section like so. Then we'll update this title here to category, and now we can focus on this search bar here. So we want to create this as a 2-column grid for large devices. So to do this, we'll first add our grid system around it. So we'll add the div tag, the class row, and since we want this to reverse in order for large devices, we add the flex LG row reverse. Then we'll also add the margin at the bottom for large devices by using the class MBLG5. Now let's move this a little bit up here, and we'll create our column using the classes call 12, call LG6, MB3, and MBLG0. So first we'll span the full width, then half of the width for large devices. We'll add margin in the bottom initially and remove it again for large devices. Now we'll move this form up here, and we'll remove this margin class on the form element. We'll now create the other column like so, and inside of this we'll create our breadcrumb navigation. So we add a nav tag with the area label attribute with the value site navigation. Inside of this we'll add an ordered list using the OL tag with the class breadcrumb. And inside of this we add a list item with the class breadcrumb item, and then an anchor tag. This will lead to index.html and we'll get the text home. Let's copy and paste this. Then we'll add the class active and also add the area current attribute with the value page. We'll remove this anchor tag around the text and change the text to category heading. So this is the active page we're on. Now we have this search and breadcrumb bar as the only thing in our main tag, and we have the footer below it, and of course our nav bar in the top. So let's save, go back into the browser, select the right tab, and let's navigate to this category page by clicking a category heading. So here we see it. Let's decrease the width here. We can see that now they become stacked. The search bar is in front of the breadcrumb. When we decrease the width, we can see that it turns into a 2-column grid, but in the reverse order. The logical order would be that the search bar will be before the breadcrumb, but since we used the flex LG row reverse class, it reverses the order for large devices and up. So this was the search and breadcrumb. We will now create our page navigation, which is part of the main content, so we can see that it's right over here. So this is a card component that will become sticky to the top upon scroll. So let's go back in the code editor and scroll down below this row here. Now we'll create a new grid system, so a new row using a div tag with the class row. Then we'll add our column using a div tag with the class call 12 and call LG3. So this will take up a quarter of the available width in the left side for large devices and up. Now we'll add a nav tag with the area label attribute with the value page navigation and the class sticky top, so it will become sticky to the top of the page when we scroll. We'll add the PT3 to add some padding in the top to make it look a bit nicer. Inside of this we'll add a div tag with the class card to create a card component for our content, and then a div tag with the class card body. Inside of this we'll first add an H4 heading element the class h6, and then the text page navigation, like so. Inside this, we'll add a div tag with the class nav and flex column. So this is a nav component that will now be vertical since we're using the flex column flex class. Then we'll add the h tag with the href attribute that will lead us to an ID called section 1, which we'll create later in the next lecture. Then we'll add the class navlink and the text category subheading. We'll copy and paste this a few times and update this value here in the href attribute. So now let's simply save this, go back, select the right tab and refresh. When we compare this, we can see that it looks correct. We can also see that initially it takes up the full width. Alright, so that was the page navigation. Now we'll create the main part. So this is this middle column here, a lot of headings and unordered lists. So let's go inside of our code editor and start creating a new column, giving it the classes call 12 and call LG6, and then PT3 as well, to add some padding in the top, which will line up against the nav element here that has the same padding class. Inside this, we'll add a main tag, and then we'll add an h2 heading element with the text category heading. After this, we add an h3 heading element with the class font italic to make it italic, and then we add the ID section 1, which we were referring to up here. We'll add the text category subheading. Then we'll add an ordered list or unordered list with a list item inside, and then an anchor tag that leads us to article.html with the text article heading. We'll copy and paste this so we have a total of 5. Then we'll add a horizontal ruler here. Then we'll copy and paste this so we have 5 of these as well. For the last one, we'll remove that horizontal ruler, and now we'll update these IDs so it becomes section 5, section 4, section 3 and section 2. So now let's save this, go into our browser, select the right tab, refresh. Here we see it. We can see that if we click this in the left side, it will jump to the right place. They are now automatically hooked up. This was the main section of the page. We will now create the aside part of the page, which is this card component with a button and a heading. So this is for technical support, and then this will become sticky top 2, like the page navigation. So we'll go back here and scroll a bit down and create our third column for this grid using a div tag with the class call 12 and call LG3. Inside of this, we'll add the aside element, give it the class sticky top and PT3 to add padding in the top. We use the same class for the page navigation up here, which we can see right here, sticky top and PT3. So let's go back again. Inside of this aside, we'll create a card using a div tag with the class card. And inside of this, a div tag with the class card body. Now we'll add an h4 heading element with the class h6 to have the font size and style of h6 heading element. And then we'll add the technical support text. After this, we'll add an anchor tag and give it the class btn and btn secondary to give the gray color, and we'll add the text contact support. Let's save, back and refresh. Here we see it. initially. Everything is one column. Then for large devices and up, we have a 3-column grid with the left and right side being sticky to the top.
It's break time. Do you like this video? Don't forget to subscribe to get new videos. Share this video to open new premium videos and ebooks. We'll be a star freelancer.
We will now add smooth scrolling behavior to our page navigation. If we click these links over here, we can see that it jumps to the section. But if we look at the finished version here, we can see that there's a smooth scrolling behavior. So we'll add that by using a plugin. You could also use some native CSS, but it's not supported by all browsers. So first of all, we want to get this plugin. We'll simply Google Smooth Scroll plugin and take the first answer, which is by C3090 here on GitHub. Then we'll click the green code button and download the zip file into our project folder. Then we'll unzip this file here, go into the dist folder and take the smoothscroll.min.js and drag it to our JS folder. Now we can get rid of the zip file and folder, and I can see that I didn't hit the folder correctly. Now it's inside the JS folder. Alright, so now let's go to the code editor and install this by adding a script tag. So the source will be js/smoothscroll.min.js. Now we also need to initialize this script. We want it to work for our page navigation, which we can see right here. So we want it to work when clicking links that starts with the value #section in the href attribute. So we'll scroll down here and then we'll add a script tag and create this small script, which is simply a variable. We'll call it scroll and set it equal to new smooth scroll. And then we'll add the selector, which is anchor tags with the href attribute with the value starting with. So we use the star and equals character. And then we have the #section. And we add the closing square bracket right there. So this will look for anchor tags with an href attribute with the value #section should be the starting value of that href attribute. This is what the star and equal sign means. Alright, we'll save this, go into our browser, select the right tab, just close this. Here's our current project, reload. Now when we click a subheading here, we can see that we have added the smooth scrolling behavior. We'll now start creating our article page. So if we click on one of these links here, we'll see it right there. In this lecture, we'll focus on updating the search and breadcrumb section up here. So we go into our code editor and first we'll select all of this code and copy. Then we'll open up our sidebar and we'll add a file here. We'll call it article.html. Close our sidebar again and then paste in all of this content. Then we'll scroll up a bit and we'll see that we'll remove our middle column right here since we are gonna put new content in this page. Scroll up a bit more to the top and then we'll first update the title to article-knowledge base. We'll scroll a bit down and we'll update our breadcrumb. To do this, we'll copy and paste this first list item, change this value to category, like so. And the third value, the text, will be article heading, like so. Now we can save this, go into our browser, select the right tab and click any of these article heading links. Then we'll go to our new page. We will now adjust the page navigation section. So right now it says category subheading. If we look at the finished project, it should say article subheading. So we'll quickly go in and edit that. So we'll find the section right here and change this to article subheading. Then we'll go back, refresh, and that's it. We will now create the main part of this article page, the content. We won't create all of this content. Instead, we'll create the column for it and copy it from the final version of this project. Let's take a quick look at it. We can see that we have various kinds of content here. We have headings, lead paragraph, alert, regular paragraphs, images, links. We have unordered list and ordered list and more images. Then we have a code block here, and finally a table. So now we'll go back into our code editor, and right here in between our page navigation and our aside, we'll create a new column with the div tag. The class is called 12, and then call LG6, and then PT3 to provide the right padding. So there's not much new here. This was the same column we had for the category page. Now inside of this we want to paste all of the content from the finished version. So let's open up our sidebar here and find the finished project, go into the article page, and right here we'll see that we have the starting article tag. Select it, scroll down all the way to the closing article tag. I'll copy and close this file and close the sidebar, and then I'll paste it in right here. Now I can see it looks as expected. So let's save this, go into the browser, select the right tab and take a look. Here we have all our content in the middle column. Everything looks as expected. Be aware that this code block here is not started yet. We'll do that in the next lecture. We now want to use the highlight.js plugin to highlight this code block here. We can see on the finished project that it looks quite good. So to do this, first we'll find and download the highlight.js plugin by googling highlight space JS. And here we have the link. It's highlightjs.org, by the way. Then we'll click this gray button, get version, and here we can create a custom package. We can select all the languages that we want it to support. Here I have only selected the HTML and XML languages. So then we scroll down and click the download button. We download it to our project folder. Go in here and we can find it right there. Then we unzip this folder and take a look inside. We want to use the highlight.pack.js file, so we drag it to our JS folder here, so it's at the same place as the Bootstrap.js and the smooth-grown.js. Then we also need to go into the styles folder for the highlight.js plugin. We'll scroll all the way down. Then we'll select the send burn file and drag it up and place it in our CSS folder, like so. Then we'll scroll up here. We can now delete this highlight folder and the zip file. Alright, so now we want to install this style, this CSS, and the JS. So we'll go into our code editor and scroll to the top. And right here we'll add one more link tag with the style sheet value for the rel attribute. And in the href attribute, we add the css/sendburn.css. Then we'll scroll down to the bottom here. And after our smooth scroll plugin, we'll add another script tag. And then in the JS folder, we'll find the highlight.pag.js file. Now we need to initialize this. We do that in the script tag here. So we add hljs.highlight block. And then we pass in a selector for the element. So we add document.query selector. And then we'll select the element, pre, and then code. So this will be the code element inside of the pre element. If we scroll a little bit up, we can see all of our code lives inside of these code element, nested inside of the pre element. So this is how we'll select that. Now when we save, go back and let's close this tab, and here we have our current page. Now when we refresh, this should be styled. We can see that right there. So this is how to use the highlighted JS plugin for code highlighting. We'll now create our feedback section of this article page, which is this form we see right here that lives just below the main content of the page. So this is a simple form. We have two legends, and then we have radio buttons, a text area, and a submit button. So let's go into our code editor and locate the closing article tag. After this, we want to add the horizontal rule, the class my5 to add some more spacing, and then we'll add the form element. Inside of this, we'll create a field set with the class mb3 to provide some margin in the bottom, and this will wrap around our first field, which is the two radio buttons. Then we add the legend element with the class call form legend. We give it the text, was this article helpful? Then inside of this, we'll add our first radio using a div tag with the class form check. Then we add the input tag with the type radio and the class form check input. We'll give it the name with the value helpful article, like so, and the ID helpful article 1. After this, we add our label element with the class form check label, and the for attribute with the value being the ID we just used, so helpful article 1. The text for this will be yes, and then we'll copy and paste this code here and update the values of the ID and for attribute to helpful article 2 and update the text to no. After this field set, we'll create yet another field set, also with the class mb3. And inside of this, we'll start with a legend like before, with the class call form legend. Then we add the text anything else we can do to improve our site. After this, we'll add a label, the for attribute being message, and the class SR only. We want to hide this for the screen so it's only visible for screen readers, since we have this label up here. So the text will be message. And after this, we'll add a text area element with the class form control. We'll give it the ID message, which we were referring to up here. And to set the height, we'll add the rows attribute with the value 6. So it will have 6 rows for height. Then we remember the closing text area element, and after our field set, we add a button element with the type submit, and the classes btn and btsm to make it small, and btn secondary to make it a secondary button. Then we add the class submit feedback. We can now save this, go into our browser, select the right tab, and refresh. Now we see this form being added just below the content for this article page here. To finish off our article page, we want to add one more card component here in our aside column with related articles. So simply a heading element and an unordered list. We go into our code editor and locate this aside element right here. Now first, let's add some spacing by using the MB3 class on the first card. This will add some margin to the bottom. Then we'll create a similar card using a div tag with the class card. Inside of this, we add the div tag with the class card body. Inside of this, we'll first add an h4 heading element with the class h6. And the text will be related articles. So this is similar to what we created up here in the other card. Now we'll add an unordered list, and then a list item inside of it, and an anchor tag that will lead us to article.html, and the text will be related article heading. Then let's copy and paste this 2 times, so we have a total of 3 list items. Let's save, go back and select the right tab. Here we see we don't have it, but when we refresh, we now have the related articles card. So we have now finished our project and knowledge base. Here's a quick overview of the survey project. Here we are on the index page, which is the questions page. Let's just change device to mobile landscape, tablet portrait, tablet landscape, laptop and desktop. And let's now explore the page. So here we are, we have a tab navigation. The first tab is for personal info. Second tab is for questions with answers. We can use radio buttons and checkboxes. And the third step is for questions with ratings. First we have radio buttons with a comment area, then we have toggle buttons, and then we have range inputs. We can see that if we click this step 2 button here, it will automatically go to the next step. And if we're not at the top of the page, it will scroll to the top first. This is implemented with custom JavaScript, which I will show you how to do. On the final page, when we click submit, we have a delay in 2 seconds, and then we go to the result page, which you see right here. So here we have different kinds of results. We have results with percentages. We have results with answer distribution, where we're using tooltips to show how many percent each answer has. And we have results for ratings. So this is the result page. We will now start by creating the tab navigation for this first page here with all the questions. We see that we have a blank index page. So if we go to our code editor, here we have the blank page, but we already have the basic HTML in place. So we can see that we have all the required HTML tags. We have an empty title element where we'll put in the value survey-questions, and we can see that we have installed Bootstrap 5. We have the CSS referenced here, and in the bottom, just before the closing body tag, we have the JavaScript referenced. So this is a basic installation of Bootstrap 5, which you can learn more about in another lecture. Now let's get started. First of all, let's create a div tag with the class container to center the content on the page and give it a max width. Then we'll add a div tag with the class text center to center align the text within it. First we have an h1 heading element with the display for class to give it another look, and this will be the survey name. Then we have a paragraph with a lead class, so this will be a lead paragraph with subtitle for the survey name. Let's just quickly go in and have a look, refresh, and here we are. If we compare this to the finished example, we can see that we have some spacing in the top that we want to add, and also another background color. So on the body element, we have the class bglight and py3. This will add padding vertically with the size of 3 for small devices and up, and then we change this with pylg5, so we increase the vertical padding for large devices and up. Let's go back and refresh, and here we see it. And we can see that if we inspect this, we have the background color added. Alright, next up is the actual tab navigation. So after this text intro here, we add an unordered list with the class nav and nav tabs to turn it into tabs, and nav justified to make it take up the full width of the page. We also add the role with the attribute tab list, or with the value tab list, of course. Then inside of this, we add our first list item with the class nav item and the role attribute with the value presentation, like so. Inside of this, we'll add an anchor tag, and this will lead us to an ID that we'll create in a moment called step 1, and we'll get the class nav link and h4 to make it styled as an h4 heading element. We'll remove the margin bottom by adding the class mb0, and we'll also make this the active one by adding the class active. Then we'll add the ID, step 1 tab, then we add the data toggle attribute with the value tab to initialize the JavaScript, and then we add the role attribute with the value tab for accessibility. And also for accessibility, we add the area controls attribute with the value step 1 and the area selected with the value true, since this was the active one. Let's just toggle the word wrapping. Inside of this anchor tag, we add the text step 1, and then we add a line break and a small tag with the class dnone to hide this initially, and then dmd inline. So this will make this inline for medium devices and up. Then we add the text personal info. We can now copy and paste this 2 times. Then we'll remove the active class, and we'll change the area selected from true to false. Then we'll update this ID to 2 and area controls to 2, the href to 2, and the text to 2. Down here we'll select all the numbers and change it to 3. Then we'll create the placeholders for the tab content. So we have a div tag with the class tab content. Then for the first tab pane, we have a div tag with the class tab pane and fade to get an animation, and we want some padding in the top with the size of 4. For this first one, we also add show and active, since this will be the first active one. Then we have the ID step 1, which we were referring to up here and here. We have the role tab panel, and the area labeled by attribute with the value step 1 tab. We'll leave this empty until other lectures for this project, and we'll copy and paste this and remove the show an active class and update this value to step 2 and step 2 tab, and step 3 and step 3 tab. Let's save this, go back in the browser and refresh. If we compare this to the finished version, we can see that it looks correct except for the text. Of course, we forgot to change that. So the second one would be questions with answers, like so. And the third tab would have the text questions with ratings. So let's go back and refresh. Now it's the same. If we resize the browser window, we can see that initially those small text below the headings are hidden, and for medium devices it will be shown right there. So this was the tab navigation. We will now create the content for the first step, or the first tab, personal info. This is a long form created with the grid system. We can see that we have 4 rows here with columns of varying width. However, initially all columns have full width and everything is stacked on top of each other. Then when we reach the medium breakpoint, it turns into this grid here. So let's go ahead and create this. In the code editor, we'll start creating the first row inside of this first tab pane right here. So we add a div tag with the class row, and inside of this we add our first column that will get the class call MD3, since we wanted to take up 1/4 of the available width for medium devices and up, and also add the class MB3 to add some margin to the bottom. Then we add a label with the class form label and the text sex. After this we add a div tag with no classes or attributes, simply to wrap around our radio buttons so it will go on the new line. Then we add a div tag with the class form check and form check inline to make the 2 radio buttons inline. Inside of this we add an input with the type radio, the class form check input. The name will be sex, the ID sex-male, and the value will be male. After this we add a label with the class form check label. The for attribute will be the value sex-male, the ID from up here. Then we add the text male. We can now copy and paste these 4 lines and update the male value to female, like so. Then we'll create our next column down here using the classes call MD3 and MB3. So the same as before. We add the label, the class form label, the for attribute with the value h and the text h. And then we add an input with the type number, the class form control, and the ID phone, or h of course. Sorry about that. Next up is the field for our phone. So we'll copy and paste this code. This has a width of 6, so we have a total of 12. Remember we had 3 up here, then 3 more and 6. This will be for our phone, so we update the value of the for attribute, text and the ID to phone, like so, and change the type to tell. Now let's preview this in the browser, select the right tab and refresh. Here we see it. Next up, we create the second row for the name and email. So we'll add a div tag with the class row. Then we'll paste in this column here and adjust it. So this should now be 6 wide, and the ID and for attribute and text should be name. The type should be text, and we'll add a placeholder. The value first name, last name. Now let's copy this column here and paste it in again, and then we'll update the value for the ID and for attribute and text to email, like so, and we'll adjust the type to email, and the placeholder will be username@domain.com. Let's take a quick look in the browser. Here we have our second row. The third row is the address and apartment or floor. So we go back here and create one more row, like so, and let's paste in this code for the column. We'll now change the width to 9 and the value of the for attribute, text and ID attribute to address, like so, and update the placeholder to 123 street name. We'll paste this code in again, like so, and update the width of the column to 3, call MD3. Then we'll adjust the ID for attribute and text to apartment, like so. The text in fact should be apartment or floor. We'll update the value of the placeholder to B3, fourth floor or similar. Let's save this, go back and refresh. Here we have it. And now for the final and fourth row, the city, zip and country. We'll add a div tag with the class row. Inside of this, we'll paste this code in. So we'll keep the length of 6 for this first column here. Update the for attribute, ID attribute and name to city. And update the placeholder to city as well. And we'll paste it in one more time, change the width to 2, and update these 3 values to zip, change the type to number, and the placeholder to 123. After this, we'll create our final column, which will this time have a width of 4. So call MD4 and MB3 for the margin. So this in total becomes 12 columns. Now we'll add a label with the class form label, the for attribute with the value country, and the text country. Now this time we need a select element and not an input element. So we add the select element here with the ID country and the class form select. Inside of this we add our first option with the value being empty and the selected attribute. We add the text dash space select country space dash. Then we add one more option with the value being Denmark and the text being Denmark. We copy and paste this 3 times and update the value to be Finland, Norway and Sweden. Now let's take a quick look in the browser. Here we have the 4th column and we only need this bottom here. So after our row, we'll add our button This will have the type button and not submit, since we're not submitting anything yet. We're simply moving to the second step. Then we have the classes btn and btn outline secondary to get the outline style with the secondary color, and then dblock to make it a block element. By default it is inline block, and we do this since we want to position it to the right side of the screen by adding the ml auto class, which sets the margin left property to the auto value. We'll give it the id go to step 2, which we'll use later on, and we'll add the text step 2. Now let's save this, go back and refresh. Select the right tab, of course, and refresh. Here we see the button being added, and we can see that initially everything is stacked on top of each other. And for medium devices, right there, it turns into the grid system. Alright, so this was the personal info section. We will now create the first part of step 2. If we click here, we can see that we have 2 questions where you can answer by using radio buttons. So we'll create these 2 first questions now. In the code editor, we scroll down here to the tab pane number 2 for step 2, and we start by adding an h2 heading element with the class h5 to give it another text size or font size, and then we add the text center to center align it, and mb3 to add some margin to the bottom. I'll grab the text from the finished project over here. Let's scroll down and find it right there. Close the file and the sidebar and paste it in. Now we have the same text, and after this we'll create a div tag with the class row. And the reason we do this, I should show you that here, is because initially we have the image and the radio buttons stacked, so there's only 1 column here, and then it turns into this 2-column grid for large devices and up. So that's why we're creating this row right now, and then we'll create the column with the call LG6 class. So initially full width, and for large devices and up, half of the width. Now we'll add a figure element with the class figure, and inside of this we add an img tag, with the source being img/600x900.png, and the class will be figure img as well as img fluid to make it responsive, and rounded to add some border radius on all of the corners. Then we'll add a fig caption element with the class figure caption, like so, and the text a caption for the figure image. Alright, after this column, we'll now create a second column for the radio buttons using the same class as before, call LG6, and now we can create each of our radio buttons. So the first one, we'll get the div tag with the class form check and mb1 to add some margin to the bottom, and then we add an input with the class form check input, give it the type radio, the name will be radio buttons question 1, the ID will be radio buttons question 1-1, the value will be option 1. After this we add a label tag with the class form check label, and the for attribute will be radio buttons question 1-1, and the text will be answer for radio 1. Now we can copy and paste this, so we have a total of 5, so 2, 3, 4, 5, and then let's update these values. or actually we only need to update this value here, the -2, and -2 up here, and the text 2. Here we are with 3. Then with answer for radio 4. And the final one will be 5. So notice they all have the same value for the name attribute, so they are grouped together but different IDs. Alright, after this we'll add one more. And before we continue, let's take a quick look in the browser here. We can see that this last radio button, inside of its label, it has an input text followed by some form text. So this is different from the other ones. So let's go back and create this. We have a div tag with the class form check, and this time no margin classes, since this is the last one in the list. Inside of this we create input with the class form check input. So this is for the radio button itself. We add some margin to the top for better alignment. Give it the type radio. The name will be radio buttons question1, just like the other ones. The ID will be radio buttons 1-6, and the value will be option 6. So until now it's similar to the other ones. Then we add the label with the class form check label, and the for attribute will be radio buttons 1-6. So this time, instead of only adding text to the label, we now create an input with the type text, like so, and we give it the class form control and form control SM to make it smaller. We give it the ID radio buttons question1 -other. So this is for another answer that's not already specified. Then we add the placeholder other. We also add the area described by attribute, the value being radio buttons question1 -other -help. So this is referring to a paragraph with an ID that we are creating right now after our label. So after this label we add p tag with the ID radio buttons question1 other help. So this is now connected to this input inside the label. Then we add the class form text and text muted to give it another color. Now we'll grab the text from our finished project over here. So let's simply select this, close the file and the sidebar and paste it in. Now we have the correct text. Now we need to copy all of the code for this first question. So we must select the row as well as the heading above it. We'll copy that, and before we paste it in, we add a horizontal rule with the class my5 to add some more vertical spacing or margins to be specific. Then we paste all of this in. We update the question number to 2, and then we select this value, radio buttons question1, and we select all of the values starting with that value, or all of the attributes starting with that value, like so. Then we can edit all of them, change it to radio buttons questions 2. Now we'll save this and go into the browser, select the right tab, refresh, and click on step 2. Here we see question number 1 and question number 2. We can see that initially they will be stacked. So we have now created this first part of step 2, and we'll continue in the next lecture creating the variants with checkboxes. We will now create question number 3 and 4 that uses checkboxes instead of radio buttons. So in our code editor here, let's select this row as well as the heading and horizontal rule above it. Then we'll paste it in. So this will be question 3, and paste it in one more time. Then it will be question 4. So let's scroll up. Here's the ending of question 2. So this will now be question 3. So we'll change that to 3 and we'll update these values. Select all of them like so. And this will now be checkboxes. Question 3. Just like so. We also need to change the type radio to be checkbox. And we'll do something similar for the other question here, which will be question number 4. Then we'll select all of these values here. First, let's change the number to 4. And then the first part of the value should be check boxes. And then all of the types with the radio value should be checkbox. Alright, so let's save and see if this was done correct. Let's refresh, go to step 2. We see it down here. So if we click up here, select anything, we can see that they belong to the same group. And down here we can select as many inputs or checkboxes that we want. So we have now finished created step 2. We will now start creating the content for step number 3. So this is question ratings, and first we'll focus on question number 5 and 6 that has the ratings with radio buttons. We can see that when we resize the window that initially everything is stacked on top of each other, and then on larger devices it turns into a 2-column grid. So let's get started in our code editor. We find the tab pane for step number 3 right here and start adding div tag with the class row. Inside of this, defining our first column with the call LG6 class. So for large devices and up, it will turn into a 2-column grid. Then we add the H2 heading element with the class H5 to set the font size smaller. And then I'll open up the sidebar and grab the text right here from the finished project for the heading, paste it in. After this H2 element, we'll add a paragraph with the class small, and I'll go back to this open tab and copy the text from here, close that page and close the sidebar. Now paste the text in. Alright, so here we have the heading and the paragraph. After this, we'll create the other column using the same class called LG6. And inside of this, I'll now start by adding a parent element with some flex utility classes to properly align these radio buttons. So I'll use dflex to set the display to flex, and then justify content between to distribute the space between all of the radios. I'll also add some margin in the bottom for this parent element. Now one can create the individual inputs by using a div tag with the class form check, and then I'll create the input with the class form check input. The type will be radio, the name will be rating radio question 5. The ID will be rating radio question 5-1. The value will be rating 1. And then we have the label tag after that with the class form check label, and the for attribute with the value rating radio question 5-1. We'll give it the text 1. Now we'll copy this form check here and paste it in 5 more times. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then we'll update some values. So let's select this number here, 1, 1, 1, and 1. We have 4 of these. Change it to 2. So the value of the name attribute will not be changed. Down here, we change it to 3, then to 4, then to 5. The last one will be changed to something slightly different. It will be NA, and the text will be N/A. So this is not able. After our column, which is right there, we can create a label with the class SR only, so this will only be for screen readers, and the for attribute will be rating radio question 5-comment with the text comment. So this will be hidden, since we'll now create a text area element with a placeholder with some text acting as our label. So we add the text area element with the class form control and form control SM to make it a little smaller. And then the ID rating radio question 5-comment. So this was the same as the for attribute up here. Then the name will be rating radio question 5. Then we add the rows, the value 3 to set the height of the text area to 3 rows, and the placeholder attribute with the value write a comment here. And we remember to close the text area again. Now I can select this whole row here. Before I paste it in again, I'll add the horizontal rule with the class my4 to add some vertical spacing. Then I can paste it all in, and I can change the question number to 6. Then I can select this value here in the name attribute and select all of the other values like so, and update the number to question 6. Now we should take a look in the browser, select the right tab, refresh, go to step number 3. Here we see question number 5 and 6, and we have radio buttons and a comment below it. We can see that we placed this comment the wrong place, so let's quickly fix that. This needs to be inside of this column here. We placed it outside of the column. We placed it below the 2 columns. It needs to be inside of the second column. We'll also move this up a bit, like so. Save, go back and refresh. Select step 3, and now it looks as the finished project. Next up, we'll create the questions with ratings using toggle buttons. We will now create the question number 7 and 8 that are using toggle buttons for the rating. So inside here, we'll select all of this code for the previous question, number 6, including the horizontal rule, copy it and paste it in. Then we'll update the question number to 7, and we'll delete all of these radio buttons. And for this parent element, we don't need the flex utility classes, so we'll delete these, but keep the margin bottom class. Then we'll add a div tag, the class btn group, and btn group LG to make it large, and btn block to make it take up the full width of the page. So we'll now create a button group taking up the full width with some buttons inside. Well, these are actually radio inputs that will be styled as buttons. So we'll now add an input with the class btn check and type radio. So notice this special class btn check that we must use. The name will be rating toggle buttons question 7. The ID will be rating toggle buttons question 7-1. The value will be rating-1. Then we'll also add the autocomplete attribute with the value of. We are using that for toggle buttons, so the browser won't use the autocomplete feature. After this, we add the label with the class btn and btn outline secondary to get the actual label styling that we want, or the actual button styling that we want for our label. So this will be an outline button with the secondary color. The for attribute will have the same value as the ID, rating toggle buttons question 7-1. It will give the text 1 and we'll close the label tag again. We can now select these two elements and duplicate them so we get the button number 2, 3, 4 and 5 and the not able button. Now we'll update some values. So for this one, or this one is input number 2. We'll select the number 1 4 times and update this to 2. Then we'll select it again here, update to 3, 4 and 5. And for the last one here, it will be NA for not able, and the text will be N/A. Now we still have the comment here below, but we need to update these values as well. So it will be rating toggle buttons question 7 and then dash comment. So this is now the same group as the other ones. Alright, then we'll copy all of this code here. We want 2 of these questions. We'll update the text here to question number 8, and then we'll select this value, rating toggle buttons question 7, and now select all of these like so. Change the number to 8 for question 8. We can now save, go back, select the right tab and refresh, select step 3, and here we have question number 7 and 8 where we can use these toggle buttons here, just like radio buttons, but now they're simply styled as buttons inside of a button group. We will now create the last 2 questions that are using the range input to give the correct rating for this question. So in our code editor, let's copy this last question here, question number 8, paste it in here, and change that to question number 9 in the text, and then delete all of these toggle buttons code. Now we want to use the flex classes from before, so we add the classes dflex and justify content between, and keep the mp3 class as well. Inside of this, we'll now add a span with the class MR3 to add margin to the right side and give the number 1. Then we'll create our label and input. So we add a label tag, the for attribute being rating range question 9. Give it the class form label and also SR only. So this will only be available for screen readers. Then we add the text range input label. After this, we add the input with the type range and the class form range. The ID will be rating range question 9, like so. And we'll give it the min value of 1 and the max value of 5 using the min and max attributes. So this will now correspond to the other ratings, except that we don't have the not able option, only option 1 through 5. After this, we also add the span tag with the class MR or ML3 to add margin to the left side this time and the number 5. So these numbers will be on both sides of our range input, and since we're using flex classes, we'll have everything on the same line with the available space distributed between the 3 items. Remember, this second item is hidden, so we have the 3 others left. Okay, we'll also keep the comment for this question, but we'll update our values here to be rating range question 9, like so, and then the dash comment. So now it will be the same as up here. We'll now copy and paste this, so we have 2 of these. So let's select the right div tag, that's the right div tag right there. Copy and paste this, update the text to 10, and update this value to question 10 as well. Now we can save, go back, select the right tab, refresh, select step 3, and now we have the question 9 and 10. With the input range, we can see that we have 5 different options here, from 1 to 5, to give our rating. Now finally, we only need to add the submit button. So to do this, we'll get down below. We can see that we want to go all the way down here. So in the as the very last item of our tab pane, we'll add this submit button. Use a button tag, type submit, we'll give it the ID submit button, we'll use that later, and the classes will be bgn, bgn secondary, and dblock and ml auto, just as we did with the other button. So this will make it possible to align it to the right side of the page. Now let's save, go back and refresh, select step number 3, and here we see we have it right there. But we have a little mistake. We can see that we need to have the right spacing. So let's take a quick look what could be wrong about that. If we scroll up here, yeah, we can see that we want to add some margin to the bottom for this row, MB3. And now when we submit or refresh, we can see that we have this correct spacing that we want. So we have now completed the layout and design for step 3, which complete this index page.
It's break time. Do you like this video? Don't forget to subscribe to get new videos. Share this video to open new premium videos and ebooks. We'll be a star freelancer.
We will now create some custom JavaScript. This will make the page scroll to the top and then take us to the next step. We can see that if we go to a smaller screen size, so scroll down here, select step number 2. Then it will scroll to the top, and after a short while go to the next step. The same is true in step 2. We can go to step 3, first scroll to the top and then change step. We'll also add some custom JavaScript that will add the spinner component to this button, and after 2 seconds it will redirect the page to the result page, like so. It will also disable the button as we just saw. So let's just quickly check that we have all the right buttons. Let's reload this page. Here we have the step 2 button, and now here we're missing the step 3 button. We have the submit button in place right there. Okay, so let's go into the code editor and fix that first. So we can find the first button that we didn't forget to create. If I search for a button, I can find it right there. So this is in the end of the first tab pane. We can see that this closes right there, and here the tab pane number 2 opens up for step 2. So we'll scroll down here, find the closing tag for this tab pane number 2. It's right there. Now we'll paste this button in here instead. And we'll update this to go to step 3 and the text to step 3. So now we have a new copy of the button. Let's go back and verify this. Here we have the button we had already. Clicking this or clicking the tab up here, we see that we have the new button here as well. And finally the submit button. Alright, so we can now create our custom JavaScript. So let's scroll down here and add a script tag. Remember, this is not a course about JavaScript, so I won't explain everything in detail. First, let's get the element for the first button that will take us to step 2. So we create the variable go to step 2 trigger, and then we take document query selector, and the selector for this will be hash, the ID selector, go to step 2, like so. Then we add an event listener for this variable or for this element, go to step 2 trigger dot add event listener. And that will be a click event, so when we click on it, then we'll run the function inside here. And first we'll call the scroll top function, which we'll create in just a moment. And after this, by using a set timeout, after 1 second we'll then change the tab. So here we create a function, and this will select the second tab by creating a variable step 2 tab element. Then we'll use the document query selector again, like so, and we'll select the ID with step 2 tab. We already created these when we created the tab navigation. Then we'll create a variable called step 2 tab, which is equal to new bootstrap dot tab, and pass in the element step 2 tab element. And then we can change that by setting step 2 tab to show, or running the method on it. Then it will become visible. This is inside the set timeout function, so we'll specify the timeout to be 1000 milliseconds, which is 1 second. Now we can copy this code here and paste it in again and update the values to step 3. Or actually, let's just select this number here. Then we make sure to select all the numbers, change it to 3. So now we have the ID selector go to step 3 and the tab selector step 3 tab. Now let's create that function that will scroll to the top, scroll to top, and now see that we have written the wrong name in these two function calls. It should be scroll to top and not just scroll top. Now inside of this we write scroll which is a native browser behavior, but be aware that it's not supported in all browsers. So I believe it's not Internet Explorer and maybe also Safari that doesn't support it. But this is just a quick way to show you how you can add some nice interactive behavior. Then we set the top property to 0, which means it will scroll all the way to the top. And we add the behavior property with the value smooth, which will give us a smooth scrolling behavior that we want. Now let's go into the browser, refresh the page, and let's decrease the width of the browser window, for example, like so. And now click the button. We can see it scrolls to the top, and after 1 second, it changes the tab to step 2. When we click this button, and do the same thing, but for step 3 instead. So this all works. Now we need to focus on the submit button. We want to disable it on click and also add the spinning animation using the spinner component. And then after 2 seconds, redirect the page to the results page that we are going to create next. Back in our code editor, we'll first add the missing element inside of our button, which is the spinner component. So after this text submit, we'll add a span tag with the class spinner border and spinner border sm. And then to hide this initially, we'll add the display none. We'll remove this class with JavaScript in just a moment. We'll also add the role attribute with the value status and the area hidden attribute with the value true. So this will be hidden for screen readers. Now we can scroll down here and create the last script we need. First we'll select the submit button by creating this variable and running document query selector. We'll use the ID selector submit button, which we used for the button when we created it in the first place. Then we'll add an event listener, which will be the click event. We'll run the function here inside of it. And first we'll set the button to be disabled, the disabled state, by giving the disabled property the value true, like so. Then after this, we want to query the spinner component inside of the button. We want to select it by writing submit button dot query selector, and this will be the class spinner border. And then we go inside of the class list and remove the class called dNone. So when we remove this, it becomes visible. We'll then create a timeout to redirect to the other page. Inside this function, we'll add window.location.href. So we'll set that value to be results.html. This is the page that we're going to create next. And we'll wait 2000 milliseconds for this to happen. So that is equal to 2 seconds. All right, now we have saved. Go back to our page, refresh. Let's just jump right on to step 3 and click the submit button. It should now be disabled and we should see the spinner on it, and it will redirect after 2 seconds. Here we see the spinner and the disabled state, and we see that it tries to redirect to the page that we're going to create next. We will now create the first part of the second page, which is the results with percentages. So we'll create the results for the first 3 questions here. In our code editor, we start by selecting everything and copy that. Open up our sidebar and create a new file in the folder. We'll call it results.html. We can paste in everything, but now we want to delete part of it. First, all of the custom script, we'll remove that. Then we'll remove everything in these panes. That was the third panes. This is the second pane. This was the first pane. We remove that. In fact, we remove this parent element as well, and this ordered list, like so. Then we'll update the title to be survey-results. And now we can keep these classes on the body, we can keep the container, and we can keep this text intro in the top. Now let's close up the sidebar, and before we continue, let's take a quick look back here. We can see that we have 2-column layout. However, initially everything is stacked until we reach the medium breakpoint. So we can see that we have 5 rows here for each part. Okay, so let's create that. First, we'll add a wrapping element with the MB5 class, so we have some margin in the bottom between these different main sections. The first section is for results with percentages, and we add that by using a heading element, the H2 element, with the classes H3 to give us some larger text, text center to make it centered, and MB4 to add some margin in the bottom. The text will be results with percentages. After this, we add an H3 heading element with the class H5 and MB3. The text for this, I'll grab it from the finished project over here. So we'll take that text here, close the tab, close the sidebar, and paste it in. Now we can create the first row for our question number 1 using a div tag with the class row and MB2 to add some margin in the bottom. Then for the first column, we add the div tag with the class call MB6, so it takes up half of the width for medium devices and up. And then we add the paragraph where we remove the margin in the bottom by using the MB0 class, and we add the text answer for radio 1. The second column in this small grid here inside the row will have the same class called MD6, and then we'll add a progress component by using a div tag with the class progress. Then inside this we add another div tag with the class progress bar and BG info. It will now have the info color. We'll add the role attribute with the value progress bar, and we'll give it an inline style to set the width. So we add the width property with the value 12%. And then for accessibility, we add the area value now attribute with the value 12, and the area value min attribute with the value 0, and the area value max attribute with the value 100. And then inside of this we add 12% as text. Let's just toggle the word wrapping here. You can do that up here under view and toggle word wrap. I just use this shortcut, which is Alt C. Alright, after this we can create our other rows. Paste this in. We'll update this value to answer for radio 2, and this will be 17%. We change these 3 values to 17, and the color should be the success color on the progress bar element. Paste it in one more time, update it to 3, and this should be success. And actually I had a small mistake. Number 2 should be the info color, so sorry about that. So we have the info color for the first and second one, and then the success color for the third one. The width for this third one should be 42, just like so. Then we paste in for answer for radio 4, which will also have the info color, and the width will be 20. And we paste it in one more time, like so, and change the text to 5, and we add change the color to BG danger, and the width is 9. So this is danger because this is the smallest percent, and the success is the answer with the highest percent. After this, we'll now go back here, or right here actually, and select all of these. Then we'll create a horizontal rule. I just copied that. Now I create a horizontal rule before I paste it in with some vertical margin or space. Then I can paste it in. So this is the answer, or the question for question 2. I'll also remove that. I copied too much. So here was the old code. Here is the horizontal rule, and here starts the code for question number 2. Then we'll update these values to be 24. The color is right, BG info. The second one will be BG success, and this width value here will be 47. And for number 3, it will be info and 19. For number 4, it will be danger, and the width will be 10. So for this example, we only have 4 answers. So 4 radio buttons with answers. Now we'll create the third question. So let's scroll up and select all of this, including the horizontal rule, and paste it in right there. Change this to question 3, and now we'll update the width values. So this is 14, and the color is danger. For the second one, we have the color info, and the width is 25. For the third one, we have the success color, and the width will be 61. And we'll delete the fourth one. For this example, we only have 3 answers. Now we can save this, go back into the browser, select the right tab, which was the file before we created it. That's why we see an error when we refresh. We can now see it. And here we have question 1, 2, 3, and results with percentages. Here we are in the initial version with everything stacked for small pages. And then when we increase the width, we see that they turn into a 2-column grid. We'll now create the part for question 4 and 5, results with percentages, but this time it shows the answer distribution. So here we can see how large each answer is, and we also have the success color for the largest one and the danger color for the smallest one, just as we saw in the previous lecture. Here we also are using the Bootstrap tooltip component to show the exact percentage number for each of the answers here. So now let's go ahead and create question 4 and 5. We'll start by copying this code here and pasting it in. Then we'll update this to question 4. And now we'll actually get rid of these last 2 rows here. So we have 1 row left. The text will change that to answer distribution. And in here we now want multiple progress bars inside of the progress parent element. So for this first one, we'll change this to BG info, and the width will be 12. We'll change the text in here to 1. So this is related to question 1. And then to show the exact value, which is 12, we use the tooltip. So we add a data toggle, the value tooltip, and then the data placement attribute with the value bottom. So this will appear in the bottom. And then the value for the tooltip goes into the title attribute. So this will be 12%. Now we can copy this, paste it in one time, still keep the info color. This time we'll update this value here to 17, then paste it in one more time. And now we have the success color for this one, since this is one with the largest value, which will be 42. Then we'll add one more. We'll use the info color again here and change the width to 20. And for the last one, we'll change this color to danger and the value to 9. Also, we must not forget to change the text value to 2, 3, 4, and 5. So this should be the kind of a label for the question number. Now we'll copy and paste this code here, like so, and edit this to question 5. And here we want 4 different questions or answers inside of our progress. So 4 progress bar elements. The first one will have the value 24 and will be the info color. The second one will be the success color and the value will be 47. The third one will have the info color. The value will be 19. And the final and fourth one will have the BG danger class for the danger color and the value will be 10. Now we need to initialize the tooltip component. We do that down here in the script tag. I won't explain everything in detail since this is not a JavaScript course, but we create a variable called tooltip trigger elements, set it equal to document query selector all. So we select all elements on the page with the data toggle attribute with the value tooltip, like so. Then we create a for loop, a simple for loop here that runs until the length of the tooltip trigger elements array, which means that for each of the elements in the array we'll run the following code: new bootstrap.tooltip, and then paste in our elements here, and then the index or the I variable, the index for the array. We can now save this, go back and refresh, and here we see question 4 and question 5. When we hover above one of these inner progress bars, we can see that the tooltip shows. If we look carefully, we can see that we cannot see the difference in the width for number 1 and 2. So it was on purpose that I will show you this. We can fix that by using a simple border class. So up here we can add border right to the first one. We could also add border left to the second one. But now we can see there's a small border showing how wide each of them is. So this was the answer distribution part of the results with percentages. We'll now create the last part of this page and the project, results for ratings. This is similar to the other ones, but this time we're using headings to show the question on the left side, and on the right side we have these progress bars with a label inside showing which rating has the most votes. So let's go ahead. Inside of our code editor, we'll find the closing tag for this wrapping element that we have right here in B5. So let's scroll down and see where that could be. That's right here. So we're still inside of the container div. Now let's create a div tag with the class MB5 to add some margin in the bottom. We used that before as well. Then a heading element with the class H3 and text center and MB4. The same as before. We add the text results for ratings. After this, we add a div tag with the class row to create our first row, and then a div tag with the class call MD6 for the column inside of this. This will now be a heading and not just simple text like before. So we use an H3 heading element with the class H5 to decrease the font size, and the MB0 class to remove the margin in the bottom. Now let's just copy this text up here and paste it in and change this number to 6. And then we'll create our second row, our column, the same class called MD6. Inside of this we'll create a progress bar similar to what we have done for the first examples. We won't add any tooltips to this progress bar. Inside here we have the progress bar class followed by the color bg_info for the first one, then the role progress bar. We'll give it the inline style to set the width, and this should be 80% for the first one. And we also add the area value now attribute with the value 4 and the area value min attribute. Whoops, spelling mistake. Area value min attribute with the value 0 and the area value max attribute with the value 5. Then for the label inside it will be 4 out of 5, so 4/5. Now we can select this row, copy, insert a horizontal rule with the class my4 to add vertical margins. Then paste this in, update the text to 7. This will still be the info color. Now the width will be 40%, which means the value is 2 out of 5. We change the text again here to 2 out of 5. Then we select all of this, paste it in, update to number 8. This time the color will be the BG success color. The width will be 100%. The value now attribute will have the value 5, and the text will be 5 out of 5. We'll paste in this code again to have question 9. This will be the info color. The width will be 60%, which means the value now is 3, so 3 out of 5. And a final time for question number 10, which will have the danger color here. The width will be 20%, so this value here will be 1, and the text 1 out of 5. Now let's save, go back and refresh. Select the right tab, refresh, scroll down, and here we see it. Question number 6 to 10. We can resize a bit to see how it stacks, like so. And we have now completed this survey project. Here's an overview of the project that we're going to create now, a landing page. Here we see what it looks like in different devices. Let me just change between these devices, and then let me further introduce the project. We have this one long page for our landing page with various sections. First we have the hero section here, then we have a description, a trailer, a showcase with a carousel. We have some features, a pricing plan overview, reviews, newsletter sign up with a modal with some terms and conditions, and finally a footer. We also use smooth scrolling to scroll between these sections, and we're using the scroll by to highlight which section we are currently on. I should also mention that we're using a lot of font awesome icons for this project. For example, here we see some icons, and down here as well, and also in the footer. Okay, let's get started. We will now start this project by creating the navigation. We can see that we're using a nav bar here that collapses when we go below the large breakpoint. So when we reach a large breakpoint, it expands. Below this breakpoint, we can expand the nav bar or menu by clicking this toggle button here. We'll also implement the scroll by functionality, which will take effect when we add each of the sections below. Inside of our code editor, we have this basic installation of Bootstrap and Font Awesome, which you can learn how to do in other lectures. Now we'll simply fill in the title here with app name - landing page. Then we can start creating the actual content. So first we'll add a nav tag with the class navbar and bg primary to set the primary color, navbar dark to have the dark version of the navbar, then navbar expand LG, which means that for large devices and up it will expand and show the menu, and then fixed top, since we want this to stay fixed at the top when we scroll down the page. Now inside of this we add a container to center the content and limit the max width, and then we'll start creating our menu or items in the navbar. The first thing will be a link to the same page, so this is a navbar brand. We'll add that as a class navbar brand like so, and then we'll use our first icon from Font Awesome using the I tag with the class FAS and then FA camera retro. But remember to close our I tag again. Then we add the area hidden also inside the value true. After this we add the app name. We can now go to the next line here to add our toggle button. We use the button tag with the type button. Then we add the classes navbar toggler and navbar toggler right. Then we add the data toggle attribute with the value collapse to hook it up with the JavaScript, and then the data target attribute with the value being the ID selector for navbar nav, which we'll create in a moment. And we add the area controls attribute, the value navbar nav, and also the area expanded attribute with the value false, and the area label attribute with the value toggle navigation. Now let me just toggle the word wrapping like so. Inside of this button element we'll add a span tag with the class navbar toggler icon, and leave this empty and close the span tag again. Now after this button we can create the collapsed content inside of the div tag with the class collapse and navbar collapse. This will get the ID navbar nav, which we were referring up to here in the data target attribute and the area controls attribute. Inside of this we'll add an unordered list with the class navbar nav, and inside of this we'll add our list items that will get the class nav item. Inside of this again we add an anchor tag with the class nav link and the href attribute being the ID of our sections that we're going to create later on. So first will be section hero, and this will simply get the text to the top. Now we can copy and paste this list item a few times and update these values. So this will be description, the text will be description as well. The next ID will be trailer, also for the text here, and then section showcase, and showcase for the text. Then we have section features and features for the text, and section pricing and pricing for the text, and reviews, section reviews for the ID or the href attribute, and reviews for the text. Now we can go back here in the browser, select the page and refresh. Let's try to resize the browser window. We can see that when we come below the large breakpoint, it collapses, and then we can toggle the menu like so. Now let's see how we will implement the scrolls by functionality. Back in the code editor, to implement this scrolls by functionality, we'll first add an ID to this nav by nav here. This will be nav scrolls by. So this is the links that we want to get highlighted when we scroll through the various sections. Now on the body element here, we add the data spy, the value scroll, since we're spying on the body when it scrolls through the page. And then we add the data target attribute, with the value being the ID we just created, nav scrolls by. So we can see that this matches down here. Now this will work when we start adding more sections to the page. We will now create our first section, the hero section. We can see that we have a large background image, and then we have various kinds of text content and 2 links styled as button for App Store and Google Play. We can also see that we have some custom CSS that sets the height of this page to a minimum of 100 viewport height, so 100% of the available width in the browser. Okay, before we go into the code editor, let's see exactly how this behaves. We can see that initially these 2 buttons will stack, and that when we get enough space in between them, they will be on the same line. We saw that when I introduced this project in the responsive previewer. So now let's just go ahead and create this. We'll scroll down here, down below our nav bar, which ends right there. Then we'll create a section element with the ID section hero, which we were referring to right up here. And we'll give it the classes text center to center the text content, and text white to make it white. And then we'll use some flex classes, dflex, justify content center, and align item center. So this will simply vertically and horizontally center the content in this section. We'll also add the py5 to add some vertical padding to the top and bottom. Now inside of this, we'll add the class container to limit the width of the content. And then we'll first add our h1 heading element with the classes display1 to make the heading large. And then text primary to give it primary color. Text uppercase to transform the characters to uppercase characters. And then empty5 to add some margin in the top, so it's not being hidden by the nav bar. Then we'll add the text app name. Then we'll add the paragraph with the class display4. And inside of this, we'll add some text, which we'll grab from this finished project over here. So let's simply open that up. We're gonna need that later on as well. So here we'll grab this text, go back and paste it in. And then we have another paragraph, the class lead. And the text will be this text here. Paste that in. We have one more paragraph with the class lead. We'll paste the next text in. And now we have a paragraph with a strong tag inside to make the text bold. We have the text download now on. And then we'll create our two links styled as buttons. So we use an anchor tag, an empty href attribute, almost. And the classes will be bgn, bgn-lg to make it large, and bgn primary to make it a primary button. Then for this first one, we'll add some margin in the bottom when they stack on top of each other, so we have some space. For small devices, we'll remove this again by using the class mbsm0. And instead, on the small devices and up, we'll introduce this margin to the right side, so we still have spacing between the buttons. Now inside of this anchor tag, we'll first add one more icon from FontAwesome using the classes FAB and FA App Store iOS, as well as the area hidden attribute with the value true, since this is should not be visible for screen readers. Then we add the text App Store. Now for the other button or link, we give it the classes bgn, bgn-lg, and bgn primary, but we're not adding any margin classes to this. We'll also add an icon. This will be FA Google Play, and we'll add the area hidden attribute as well. Then we'll add a space and the text Google Play. Now let's take a look at this in the browser before we apply our custom CSS. We'll refresh, and here we see it. So we cannot see the text yet since it's white on the white color. So we'll add our background image now, along with some other custom CSS. So let's scroll up here, add the style tag. Then we'll target the ID section hero, like so. And inside this, we'll add the background image, the URL being the image in the img folder, 3840 times 2160.png. Very easy to say. Then we add the background size cover to make it cover all of the width, and the background position be center. The background attachment should be fixed. This will create kind of a parallax effect. And then we set the min height to 100 VH, which means viewport height, so it will a minimum take up all of the screen from top to bottom. Now let's go back and refresh. Here we see our image. We cannot scroll, so we cannot see that parallax effect we created with the background attachment fixed, but we'll see that when we add more sections. So this was the hero section. We'll now create our next section, which is the description section that we see right here. It's simply a heading and some text. We can also see that we are going to place the next several sections inside of a common container element. So let's go ahead. Inside here in the code editor, after the section element, we create this container by adding a div tag with the class container. Then inside of this, we add a section element with the ID being section description. And then we give it the class mt5 to add some margin in the top. Then we'll add our heading using an h2 heading element. And the class will be display for and text center to center the text and make it a little larger. Then we'll add the text, what is app name? And after this, we'll add 2 paragraphs. I'll grab the text from over here, the finished project. Here's the text for the first paragraph, and then 1 more paragraph, and here's the text for that paragraph. We'll save, go into the browser, select the right tab, refresh. Now we can see that we can scroll down to see that section down here. We can also see from before that we have this parallax effect on the background image on the hero section when we scroll the page. And we can see that the scroll by is now taking effect up here. We can see that it highlights the different menu items when we scroll the page. We will now create the trailer section of the page. We can see we have a heading, some text, and this responsive embed with a YouTube video inside. So we can see that it follows the width of the page, and we simply have a placeholder video. Inside of our code editor, we'll now create one more section still inside of the container. This time the ID will be section trailer, and we'll also add the class mt5 like before to add some margin in the top for spacing. Then we add the h2 heading element with the class display for and text center, also like before, and the text app name trailer. After this, we add a paragraph with the class text center, and then I'll simply grab this text from the finished project right there and paste it in. Now let's create the container for our embedded YouTube video. So we add a div tag with the class embed responsive and the class embed responsive dash 16:9, which is the aspect ratio of the video that we're going to use. Then we add an iframe with the class embed responsive item, and then the source attribute, and the value will be https://www.youtube.com/embed/ then the ID of the video. If we go to the browser here, I have searched for video placeholder and selected this video here. We can see we have the ID up here after the equal sign. So I simply copy and paste that like so, close the iframe tag and add the closing iframe tag as well. No content in between here. So now if we go over here, close this tab and refresh our page, so we can see that something is wrong. If we go back here, yes, I can see that we have 4 and not only 3 of the W characters. Now when we go back and refresh, it works, and we can check that the responsive embed is in fact working. We will now create the next section, which is the showcase section. Here we have a carousel with some slides in it. We can see that we have these next and previous buttons and carousel indicators. And the carousel automatically changes slides and starts from the beginning when it reaches the last slide. So this is the showcase section, which we will code now. First of all, we'll start with a new section tag. Give it the ID section showcase and the class mt5, just like before. And then we add the h2 heading element with the classes display for and text center, and the text app name in action. Then we have the paragraph with the class text center, and the text will grab that from over here the finished project and paste it in right there. Then we'll create the carousel. We have the div tag with the ID carousel and the classes carousel and slide, and the data write attribute with the value carousel to hook it up with the JavaScript. Then we'll add an ordered list to hold our carousel indicators. We give this the class carousel indicators like so. And then we can create a list item with the data target attribute with the value being the ID selector for our carousel. We use the ID up here, so the same as that. And then the data slide to attribute with the value 0. So this means the first slide. It starts from 0. We'll also add the class active to this first one. Now let's copy and paste this one time. Remove the class active. Change this number to 1 and copy and paste it 2 times more and change the number to 2 and 3. So now we have 4 carousel indicators for 4 slides. And we'll create these now. So we add another div tag with the class carousel inner and the role list box. Inside of this we add a div tag with the class carousel item and active, since this will be the first one. And then we add an image from the img folder. This will be the image that we're selecting with the primary name in the end. We have the alt attribute with the value slide number 1 and give it the class dblock and img fluid for the image. Then we add a div tag with the class carousel caption like so. Inside of this we add an h3 heading element with the class display4 and the text slide heading. And then we add a paragraph, and I'll grab the text once again from the finished project right here, paste it in like so. Now let's copy this carousel item once, remove the active class, update the number here to number 2, slide number 2, and copy this again and paste it in 2 times. We'll update the number here, and we must also remember to change the path for the image. So this second image will be a success image, and then we have this danger image, and finally we have this warning image. Alright, now we only need to create the next and previous buttons. So we do that after our carousel inner div element. So right here we use an anchor tag with the href attribute being the value of our carousel. So this is simply hash symbol and carousel. And then we add the class carousel control prep for the previous button, and we add the role attribute with the value button, since this will act as a button and not a link. And then we add the data slide attribute with the value prev. Inside of this we'll now add the span tag with the class carousel control prev icon and the area hidden attribute with the value true. Then we add another span tag with the class sr only, so this will only be visible for screen readers. We give that the text previous. Now let's copy and paste this one and change the class to next and the value of the data slide attribute to next. And this class should be carousel control next icon, and the text should be next as well. Now we can save all of this, go into our browser, select the right tab and refresh. Here we see our showcase section with our carousel. We can see that this should change automatically in just a moment from slide number 1 to 2. Yeah, it changes right there. We can use the arrow keys. We'll start from the beginning when we reach the end. We can also navigate using the carousel indicators. So this was the showcase section. We will now create the features section, which is this section right here. This is a responsive grid system. You can see that initially we have everything stacked with these 4 columns. Each column has an icon, heading, paragraph, and a link styled as a button. Then for small devices it turns into a 2-column grid, and for large devices it turns into a 4-column grid. Alright, let's go ahead. We scroll a bit down and create a new section element with the ID section features. Then we add the class MT5, and inside of this we'll add our heading using the H2 heading element with the classes display4 and text center and the text features. Then we'll start creating our grid system. So we have the div tag with the class row, like so, and then we create our first column using a div tag with the class call12. So it will take up all the width initially, then call sm6 to take up half of the width for small devices and up, and then override this with call lg3 to take up a quarter of the available space for large devices and up. We'll also add some spacing or flex utilities to have the correct layout for the content inside of this column. So we add the dflex class and the flex column to set the column or the flex direction to vertical as a column and not a row, and then align items center to align the items in the center. We also add the MB5 class to add some margin in the bottom for spacing. Now inside of this we'll add the div tag with the class H1. This will simply control our font size, and then we can add I tag to create an icon with font awesome. So we add the FAS class and then FA paintbrush, and then we add some margin to the bottom using the MB4 class and give it a color using the text info class. We'll also add the area hidden attribute with the value true, and then we'll close the I or close the I tag here and add the closing I tag as well. So remember that, it's easy to forget. So we have wrapped this icon inside of the div tag with the class H1 to set the font size. And now we'll add the H3 heading element with the class H4 and MB4 to add margin to the bottom and text center to center the text. The text will be feature heading. After this we'll add a paragraph, and I'll grab this text from the finished project right there and paste it in. Then we'll add a link, the href value being #0, so this is simply an empty href attribute. And then we add the classes bgn and bgn-sm to make it a small button, and bgn-info to make it the info color for the background, and mg-auto to set the margin top with the auto value, which is necessary when creating this flex layout with the other classes up here. Then we add the text read more and 3 dots and close the A tag. Now we can copy and paste this 3 times, and let's just change the icon now. So the second icon will be video icon, and then we'll have an Instagram icon and then a mobile icon. Alright, we'll save this, go back and select the right tab and refresh. Scroll a bit down, we can see we have a small mistake here. This is because we need to use the FAB for brand icons. So for Instagram, which is a brand. So now we have this 4-column grid. Initially, everything stacks. For small devices, a 2-column grid, and for large devices, a 4-column grid. So this was the features section.
It's break time. Do you like this video? Don't forget to subscribe to get new videos. Share this video to open new premium videos and ebooks. We'll be a star freelancer.
We will now create the pricing section. So here we have this card layout in 3 columns where we describe different pricing plans. We can see that when we resize the browser window initially, all of them is stacked, and then for medium breakpoints it turns into this 3-column grid. We're using a list group for all the item descriptions inside of it, and we're using a bunch of icons as well. So let's go ahead inside of our code editor. We'll start by creating a new section here with ID section pricing, the class MT5. Then we'll add the H2 heading element with the class display4 and the text center class. We add the text choose your plane. Then we start creating our responsive grid by adding this div tag with the class row, and then for our first column we add the div tag with the class call12 and call MD4. So initially 12 columns wide and then 4 columns wide. We add some margin to the bottom using the MB4 class as well. Then we start creating our card component for the content. So a div tag with the class card, and then we add the card outline success to give it an outline style with the success color. Then we create our card header using a div tag with the class card header. We add the background color success using the BG success class. The text should be white using the text white color and centered using the text center color. Inside of this we add an H2 heading element with the text starter and an H4 heading element with the text free. Now after this header we create our card body using a div tag with the class card body, and inside of this we'll simply have a paragraph with the class card text. The text for this paragraph, I'll grab it from over here, the finished project, just like so, and paste it in. Now after this card body we can create an unordered list with the different items. We give it the class list group and list group flush. So this will remove some of the borders so it can look better inside of a card component. Then we add the list item with the class list group item. Inside of this we add an I tag to add an icon from FontAwesome using the class FAS, then FW to get a fixed width, and then FA paintbrush. We'll also add the area hidden attribute, the value true, and close our I tag again. Then before the closing list item tag we add the text item description like so. Now we'll copy and paste this line here, and we'll change the FontAwesome classes to FAB for brand icons and the icon to FA Instagram. After this list group here, we'll create the card footer using a div tag with the class card footer and the class text center to center the content, which is a link styled as a button. So we add this link tag here. The class will be BGN success to give us the success color, and BGN LG to make it large. Then we add the text select plane. Now before we create the 2 other versions, let's save this, go into the browser, refresh, and see. Here's what it looks like. Let's compare this. Yes, it looks pretty similar. Now we'll create the yellow and red version as well. So in our code editor, we'll copy all of this code for the column. So we'll paste it in like so, and then we'll start by updating this success class here, found on the card element and the card header and in the card footer. And this will now be warning for this second one. And then the text will be semi-pro here. And instead of free, it will be $1.99/month. We'll also add one more item down here, which will be a cogs icon, and we must also rename this class to FAS, which is the solid, font awesome solid icons. Now we'll copy and paste all of this code here, like so. We'll update the color classes, which is warning right now, change that to danger for this third column. And the text here will be pro, and the price will be $4.99 a month. Then we'll add a fourth item here by copying and pasting the last one and change that to the cloud icon. Now let's save, go back into the browser and refresh, and here we see it. Let's try to compare this. Yes, it looks pretty similar, and we can verify that this will stack initially, like so. And then for medium devices and up, it turns into a 3-column grid. So this was the pricing section. We will now create the reviews section, which is this 4-column grid that we see right here that has a block quote in each of the columns. We can see that initially they stack on top of each other. For medium devices, turns into a 2-column grid, and for extra large devices, turns into a 4-column grid. So let's go ahead and create that. We'll scroll a bit down and create a new section element with the ID section reviews. Give it the class empty5. Then we'll add an h2 heading element with the class display4 and the text center class. Give it the text reviews. Then we'll create our grid system by adding a div tag with the class row, and we'll also add the mb3 class to provide some margin in the bottom for this. Okay, then we'll create a div tag with the classes call 12 to make the column take up the full width initially, then call empty6 to take up half of the width for medium devices and up, and call excel3 to take up a quarter of the width for extra large devices and up. We'll change the horizontal gutter using the gx5 class and the vertical gutter using the gy3 class. Inside of this, we'll wrap our block quote in a figure tag, like so, and then we'll add the block quote element with the class block quote. Inside of this, we'll add a paragraph, and in front of the text, we'll add an icon using the class FAS, then FW for fixed width, and FA quote left to get a quote left icon. We'll also add the class text secondary to give it a secondary color. And then we add the area hidden attribute with the value true as well. After this icon, we'll add a space, and then we'll go grab the text here from the finished project and go back and paste it in. Then we'll add one more space in the end and insert an icon more using the I tag with the classes FAB, FAFW, FA quote right. So similar to as before, but this time with the right version of the quote. We'll also add the text secondary class and the area hidden attribute with the value true. After this block quote element, the closing block quote element, we add a fig caption element with the class block quote footer, and inside of this we add the text first name, last name, and the space, and then we add the time element with the date time attribute value 2020-09-01 and then T for the time 12:00. So this can now be written in a human-friendly way. We have a bracket and then September the 1st, 2020 at 12:00. So something like this. We close the time element and the fake caption element. Now we have finished creating this first column. We can simply copy it and paste it in 3 times, like so. Now let's save and take a look in the browser. Here we see it. We can see that we have something a little wrong here with the quotes. So let's go back here. We can see that we have added the FAB instead of FAS for the closing quote. So let's simply fix that. This can sometimes be a little confusing when using Font Awesome. Now when we refresh and scroll down again, we can see that we have the correct closing quote icon. We can also verify the responsive grid works. So initially everything stacks, then it turns into a 2-column grid, and then it turns into a 4-column grid. Now, since we have created the last section that has a link up here in the menu, let's take a look at the scrolls by functionality. So let's just go up here and reload the page from the very top, and then take a look. We can now see that the scrolls by is working for all of our sections here. If we go into the mobile version here and refresh the page, then we can verify that it also works inside of the menu like so. So this was the end of the reviews section. We will now create the newsletter section. First of all, we can see that this is not part of the container that all the other sections belong to, since we have this background color extending outside of the container. When we resize the browser window, we can see that we have some responsive grid in place for this form here. Initially, it will be stacked. We can also see that if we click this link here for terms and conditions, that this section is using a modal component. So let's go ahead and create this. First we'll scroll down here after the section element and after the closing div tag for the container element, and then we'll add a new section tag here with the ID section newsletter and the class BG secondary to give it the secondary background color, and py5 to add some vertical padding. Then we'll add a div tag with the class container inside of it to limit the content of the newsletter section. So it will align together with the container from the other sections up here, but it's just inside of the section this time, so we can have the background color take up the full width of the screen. Now we add a form with the class text white to make all the text inside of it white. Then we add the h2 heading element with the class display4, like so, and text center. The text for this will be newsletter. Then we have a paragraph with the class lead and text center, and we'll grab the text from over here, the finished project, right there, and paste it in. Now we can create our grid system using a div tag with the class row, and inside of this we'll add a div tag with the class call 12 and call sm6. So initially it will take up the full width and be stacked, and for small devices and up it will turn into a 2-column grid. Then we add the div tag with the class mp3 to add some spacing at the bottom. Then we add the label tag with the class input name, or the for attribute input name, the class will be SR only, so this label will only be available for screen readers. The text will be your name for the label, and then we have the input, the type text, the class form control, and the placeholder attribute with the value first name, last name, and finally the ID input name, which will connect it to this label up here for screen reader users. Now we can copy and paste this column here, like so. Update this value input name to input email, change the text to your email, and change the type here to email, and finally the placeholder value to mail@example.com. Now we'll go after this row outside this row here and create another div tag with the class form check and MB2 to add a little spacing below it. So this is for the checkbox. We have the input with the type checkbox, and the class will be form check input. Then we add the ID with the value input terms, and the value will be terms. Then we add a label for this with the class form check label. We add the for attribute with the value input terms, which was same as the ID up here. And now I can add the text. I have read and accept the, and then an anchor tag to wrap around the rest of the text. The value will be just empty like this, and then we add the data toggle attribute with the value modal. So this will toggle our modal, and we add the data target attribute with the value being the ID for the modal code block, which we'll create in a moment. Now the text for this link will be the missing text. So I have read and accept the terms and conditions, like so. We'll add the closing dot after our closing A tag, like so. After this form check, we'll add another div tag with the class dflex and justify content between, like so. And this will hold first a small element with the class form text to set the correct spacing and font size, and now we'll have to override the color by using the text white class. The form text automatically adds a color, so this is no longer white as the rest of the text were because of this class up here, so we have to use the class again. We'll also set the width to 75% by using the wW9eWwYnWfJ class. We'll add the text you can unsubscribe from the mailing list at any time. After this small element, we'll add the button with the type submit and the classes btn and btn dark, and the text will be sign up. Now let's take a quick look here, see if this form looks correct. Yes, it looks correct. Let's just quickly see it in a smaller size here. Now it's stacked and we have the proper spacing for all of our components. Now we only need to create the modal that will open when we click this link here. So after our form, we add the div tag with the class modal and the class fade to add the correct animation. And then the ID modal, which we were referring up to here in the data target attribute. Now they are connected. Then we add the tab index with the -1 value, the role attribute with the value dialog for accessibility, and also the area labeled by attribute with the value title, and the area hidden attribute with the value true for accessibility. Then inside of this we add the div tag with the class modal dialog and modal LG to make it large, and the role attribute with the value document. Inside of this we add the div tag with the class modal content. And inside of this, we add the div tag with the class modal header. We'll now add an h5 heading element with the class modal title. And the ID will be modal title. So we were referring to that from up here. So the modal is labeled by the title element here. That's how that works. We'll give it the text terms and conditions, like so. And then we'll add the closing button by adding the button tag with the type button. The class will be close, then the data dismiss attribute, the value modal. So this will dismiss the modal, and the area label attribute with the value close. Inside of this, we add the span tag with the area hidden attribute with the value true, and the times HTML entity ampersand times semicolon, like so. After our modal header, we can create our modal body using a div tag with the class modal body. Inside of this, we'll now add a lot of text, and I will of course grab that from over here, our finished project. So we can see that we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 paragraphs. I'll copy these and paste it in right there. So 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5 paragraphs. After this closing div tag for our modal body, we'll create our modal footer using another div tag with the class modal footer. Inside of this, we'll also make a dismissible button by using the button tag with the type button, and the classes btn and btn secondary, and the data dismiss attribute with the value modal. So this will hook it up with the JavaScript. The text will be close. So notice this data dismiss modal is the same as what we have up here with the close button. So they do the same thing, close the modal. Now we can go back to our page and refresh. And now when we click this link, we can see our modal appearing. This is the modal in the large variation. And of course, it will also work for mobile. You can click the link again here. I can scroll up and down. Let's verify that we can click the close button, but in the modal footer and in the modal header, we can click this close icon as well to close our modal. So this was the newsletter section. We will now create our footer section, which is the last section of this page. We can see that this consists of some columns in a responsive grid. Initially, all of the 4 columns will be stacked, as well as the last part of the footer right here. When we increase the width, it turns into this 2-column grid, and for larger devices, a 4-column grid. The last section will have a column taking up 3/4 of the width and the column taking up 1/4 of the width. And here we see a drop down styled as a drop up for language selection of the website. So let's go ahead and create this last section. After our section tag here that wraps around our newsletter, we'll create our footer tag, like so, and give it the class bglight. Inside of this, we'll add a div tag with the class container, so it will have the same limited width as the rest of the content on the page, and then we'll add some vertical padding with the py3 class and increase that for small devices and up using the pysm5 class. Now inside of this, we can create our row to hold our columns. So this will be for the first 4 columns with all of the different links. Then we'll create our first column here with classes call 12, call sm6, and call lg3. So first it will be 1-column grid, then a 2-column grid, and then a 4-column grid. We add an h6 heading element with the text quick links, and then we add an unordered list with the class list unstyled to remove the bullet points and other default styling. Then we add a list element with the anchor tag inside of it, like so, and the text will be home. Now we'll copy and paste this a few times and update the text values to what's new, support, my account, and cancel subscription. We can then copy and paste this column one time here, update the heading to information, and the text will then be about us, jobs, press info, contact, and partnership. Let's paste in this code for the column one more time, update the heading to follow us, and the text will be Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, YouTube, and LinkedIn. And we'll also add some icons for these. So we add the A tag, or we already have the A tag. Sorry, we add the I tag, the class FAB for using the brand icons from FontAwesome, then FAFW to set a fixed width, and then FA Facebook to get the Facebook icon. We also use the area hidden attribute with the value true, like so, and close the I tag and add a space right here. Now let's copy all of this code and select these 4 links and paste it in. And then update the icon values or the class names for the icons to be Instagram, Twitter, YouTube, and LinkedIn. Now let's create the last column. Let's copy this line here, paste it in, add the H6 heading element with the text our location. Then we'll add the address tag, then a strong tag inside of it with the text app name, then a BR tag to force a new line. Then we'll add 350 Fifth Avenue, a line break, New York, NY 10118. This is just a random address. Then we add the I tag with the class FAS and FAFW and FA phone. So this will give us a fixed width phone icon from the solid icon. We add the area hidden attribute with the value true, close the I tag, then we add a span with the class SR only, so this will be for text only for screen readers. They will have the telephone text instead of the icon, so regular screens will have the icon and not the text. Then we add a space and an anchor tag, which will get the tel colon plus prefix, and then the number will be this number here, and in a more human friendly way we'll write it like so. Alright, then we add a line break again. Now let's copy this line, remove the line break, update the icon to an inbox icon, change the text to mail, change the prefix or the whole value of the href attribute to mail to colon, that's the prefix, and then info at appname.com, and the text here will be info at appname.com. Alright, this first row with the 4 columns is now finished. Let's take a look before we create the rest of the footer. So here we see everything looks as expected. We have all the right icons as well. Then let's go back here and find the closing tag for the row. Right there, add a new div tag with the class row. And inside of this, we have the div tag with the class call 12, call SM6, and call LG9. So notice that when we reach a large breakpoint, it doesn't take up half of the width, but 3/4 of the width. Then we'll add an unordered list tag with the class list inline, and a list item inside of that with the class list inline item. And then we add the copyright HTML entity symbol followed by the text 2020 at name dot or comma incorporated, like so. Then we add one more list inline item with the text all rights reserved, and yet another list inline item, this time with an anchor link inside to wrap around. And this will also have the data toggle attribute with the value modal, so this will also open up our modal with the terms and conditions. And the data target will be hash symbol modal, so the ID of our modal. Then we add the text terms of use and privacy policy, like so. In fact, we'll have the dot after our closing A tag. Now we can add one more column, which is the last column, using the classes call 12, call SM6, and call LG3 this time. So it will take up 1/4 of the width, and this will be a drop down styled as drop up. So to do this, we have the class with the drop down and the class drop up as well. Then we have the button to trigger this drop down. It has the type button, and the class is btn, and btn secondary to give it the color, and btn sm to make it small, and drop down toggle to give it the toggle icon. Then we have the ID language menu button, and we have the data toggle attribute with the value drop down to hook it up with the JavaScript. And for accessibility, we have the area has pop up attribute with the value true, and the area expanded attribute with the value false. Inside of this, we add an icon using the classes FAS, FAFW for the fixed width, and FA language for the language icon. And we add the area hidden attribute with the value true, and close the I tag. After this, we add the text change language. This was the trigger button. After this, we can create our drop down menu using a div tag with the class drop down menu. We'll also add the P0 class to remove the padding for this element. Then we add the area labeled by attribute with the language menu button. So this drop down is now labeled by this button here, since it has the ID language menu button. Alright, we'll now create our drop down items using an A tag with the class drop down item. We'll also add the class small to make the text inside of it small, and px1 to add some horizontal padding, a small horizontal padding. Then we'll add the text English. We'll copy and paste this 3 times and change the values to German, French, and Spanish. So now we've finished creating this footer. So let's go back and refresh our page. Here we see the last row with the 2 columns. Initially, they will be stacked like so. Then for small devices, it turns into a 2-column grid. with half of the width each column, for each column. And then here, when we reach this large breakpoint, the first column takes up 3/4 and the second one takes up 1/4. We can see that we can open the drop down, which is in fact a drop up. And we can see that when we click this link for terms of use and privacy policy, it will open up the same model from before that we created in the lecture about the newsletter, where we can open it up by following that link here. So this was how to create the footer for this project. We still need one thing to complete our project, and that is this smooth scroll functionality. This is the finished project, but if we look at our current project, we can see that it will simply jump to all of these various sections here. So we'll work on that. First, we'll get this smooth scroll plugin by googling smooth scroll plugin, and then go to this C3090 smooth scroll plugin page on GitHub. Then click the green button, download the zip file into your project, go in here and unzip this file. Now when we look inside it, we'll go into the dist folder and we take the smooth scroll.min.js file and drag it to our JS folder. Now it lives inside next to our Font Awesome code and Bootstrap code, and it's called smooth scroll.min.js. Then we can get rid of this, close up this tab here, and now go into our code editor. We'll now install this script by adding a script tag, with the source being js/smooth scroll.min.js, like so. Now we need to initialize this by creating a small script here. We'll add a variable called scroll and set it equal to new smooth scroll. And then we'll add a selector. We'll select anchor tags with the href attribute that we'll start with by using the star and equal sign. And then it will start with the value #section dash. So all the links that are leading us to these different IDs for the sections. Close the square bracket right there. And then we'll pass in an object where we set the offset property to 56 pixels. This is the height of our fixed navbar, so we don't want it to scroll underneath that. We want it to take that navbar into account by using the offset value. So let's save, go back and refresh and see what happens when we click a menu item. We can see that it now scrolls and it has this offset, so it takes into account the height of our navbar up here. So this was the end of this project about how to create a landing page. Here's a quick overview of the project that we're going to create, a small business website. Here we are at the home page, 1 out of 5 pages. We are on the mobile portrait layout, and let's just quickly change the various layouts here so we arrive at the desktop layout. So this is a home page. We have a fixed header in the top on all of our pages and the same footer as well on all of our pages. Here in this home page we have a hero section, then we have an alert, then we have a little info and some news. On the services page, our second page, we have a description of 4 different services with an image. On the about page, we have a description of the story, pictures of the office and a list of clients. On the team page, we have a quick overview of the employees of the company with links to Twitter and LinkedIn profiles. And finally, on the content page, we have address, opening hours, a message form and a map. So this was a quick overview of this project. We will start by creating the navigation part of this project. So we see this nav bar in the top, we have the brand name, then we have some nav items, and finally we have a drop down where we can select a language. When we resize this browser window, we can see that for screen sizes below large, it will be collapsed, and then we can toggle the menu and the drop down by clicking this button here. So for large devices and up, it will be expanded. We can also see that when we scroll down, that it stays fixed to the top. We have accomplished this using a single class plus some additional custom CSS to account for the padding on the body element at the page below the nav bar. So let's see when we get to that what I mean by that. First, here in our code editor, we see that we have the default HTML, the minimum required HTML. We have an empty title element which we'll fill out now with home-small business. Then we have installed the latest version of the Bootstrap CSS, and here in the bottom the Bootstrap JavaScript, and up here in the head we also have the font awesome JavaScript installed, since we're using that for icons in this project. Now we'll start by creating our nav bar. We'll use a nav element and give it the classes navbar and navbar expand LG to make it expand for large devices and up. Below that it will be collapsed. Then we add navbar light, since this will be the light version of the navbar, and we add the BG light to give it a light background color. We also add the border bottom and the fixed top. So the fixed top will fix it to the top, and the border bottom will simply add bottom to the border, so we can distinguish the nav bar from our page. Now inside of this nav bar we add a container using a div tag with the class container. So we'll center the width, center the content and give it a max width inside of our nav bar. Now we'll add an anchor tag that will lead us to the home page, index.html, which is this page, and then we add the class navbar brand, like so, and we add the text small business. After this we'll add the button for our toggler for our collapsed menu on smaller screens. So we add the button with the class navbar toggler, then the type button, the data toggle attribute, the value collapse, which will hook it up to the JavaScript. Then we must also add the data target attribute, and that will be the ID selector navbar collapse. We'll use that ID in just a moment. And we also add area controls with the same ID, but this time not with an ID selector, so no hash symbol in front of it. I'll just toggle word wrapping like so we can better see this. So navbar collapse without the hash symbol, and then we have an area expanded attribute with the value of false, and area label attribute with the value toggle navigation, like so. Inside of this we'll now add the span tag with the class navbar toggler icon, like so. After this we can create our menu, which will wrap in the div tag with the class collapse and navbar collapse. We'll give it the ID navbar collapse, which we were using up here in the data target attribute and the area controls attribute. So that is the ID. And then we add an unordered list, a URL tag with the classes navbar nav and mr auto to push it to the left side by setting the margin right value to auto. Inside of this we create our first list item and give it the class nav item, and we'll also add the active class, since this will be the active one. Then we add the anchor tag, the index.html as the value to the href attribute, and then the classes nav link and active. We'll also add the area current attribute with the value page, since this is a current page, and the text home. Then we'll create one more list item with the class navItem, like so. And inside of this, add an anchor tag with the href attribute with the value services.html, the class navlink, and no active class and no area current attribute, since this is not the current nav item. Then we add the services text, like so. Let's copy that and paste it in a few times. Update these values to about and about here, team.html, and the text to team, and contact.html, and the text to contact. Next up, we'll create our dropdown for the language selection using a div tag with the class dropdown. Inside of this, we add the button tag with the type button and the classes btn and btn secondary to give it a secondary color, btn sm to make it a smaller button, and dropdown toggle. We also add the ID with the dropdown language, like so, as the ID, which we'll use in a moment, and the data toggle attribute with the value dropdown to hook it up with the JavaScript. And for accessibility, we add the area has pop-up attribute with the value true, and area expanded attribute with the value false. Then we add the text change language, like so. Now after this button, we add our drop-down menu inside of a div tag with the class drop-down menu, and the area labeled by attribute with value drop-down language. So that was what we were referring to up here. So that's the same value, these two places. Inside of this, we can now add a list of links, or some links, not exactly a list. The value will simply be a URL here to companyname.com/language, like that. And the classes will be, or the class will be drop-down item. We'll give it the text language and copy and paste that a few times. Now let's check that, even though there's one small thing we're missing. Go to the right tab here and refresh, and here we see it. We can see that our drop-down is working and everything will be collapsed below the large breakpoint. So for extra small, small and medium, and when we reach the large breakpoint right there, it shows again. The next thing we want to add is some padding top to our body element with the same value as the height of this nav bar. We can see the height is 57 pixels. You can see that in that white pop-up box in the top right corner, 57 pixels. So let's go ahead here, back to our code editor, and add the style tag. Inside of this, we'll target our body element and set the padding top to 57 pixels. When we save and go back and refresh, we can't see any difference right now, but we'll notice this, what this means in the next lecture when we start adding content to our page below our nav bar. We will now create our hero section of this page. This is a 2-column grid. In the left side, we have an image, and in the right side, we have a display heading, a lead paragraph, and 2 links styled as button. One of them has the outline style. We can also see that the content is centered vertically using Flex utilities. All right, let's go ahead and create this. So in our code editor, we scroll down below our closing nav tag right there. Then we add a div tag with the class BG light. And we add some padding using the PY3 for vertical padding, and we'll change that to PYSM5. So I mean, we'll change the value from 3 to 5 when we reach the small breakpoint and up. Inside of this, we'll add a container class to center the content on the page and give it a max width. Then we'll start creating our grid system using the row class. As I said, we'll align items in the center. So to do this, we add the align items center class. Now inside of this, we'll create our first column, which will get the classes call 12 to take up full width initially, call LG6 to take up half of the width for large devices and up, and then we'll add some margin in the bottom using MB3 class, and remove that again for large devices and up by using the MBLG0 class. So that will be changed from 3 to 0, the value of the margin bottom. Inside of this, we'll add our image, which is found in the IMG folder for this project, 730 times 400.png. And we'll give it the class IMG Fluid to make it responsive. Then we'll create our other column here using the classes call 12 and call LG6. For this column, we won't add any margin in the bottom. Then we'll create our H1 heading element and give it the class display1 to change the style of the text. And then we add the text small business, so the name for the business this website is for. Then we add a paragraph with the class lead, like so. And I'll grab the text from the finished project over here. So that text is right there. Let me close that again and paste it in. Now we have our paragraph, and then we add an anchor tag with the classes bgn and bgn-lg, bgn primary to style it as a large primary button, and we add some margin to the right side by using the mr2 class. Then we add the text, read more. We'll copy this, paste it in, then we'll remove the margin right class, and we'll change this bgn primary to bgn outline primary to give it the primary style. The text will be contact us. Now we can save this, go back, select the right tab and refresh. And here we see what it looks like. We can see initially everything is stacked, and then it turns into a 2-column grid. We can also see that things are vertically centered for this section, and we can see that we have added the padding vertically, so in the top and bottom, as well as the background color. If we highlight the body tag here, we can see that we have added the padding top in the previous lecture. So if we remove that, we can see that this content will go below our fixed navbar, which we don't want. So that was why we added that padding top to the body element. When we add more content to this page, we can see how the fixed navbar work. We will now create our alert section for this page, which is this yellow alert with the warning color. We can see that it doesn't have the gray background like the hero module, so this lives inside of another container. Let's go ahead inside of our code editor. We'll go down below our closing div tag for this hero component or section, and then we'll start creating a new container. Class container, and to add some margin vertically for top and bottom, we add the my3 class, and we increase that to 5 using the mysm5 class. So for small devices and up, this vertical margin will be increased. Then we can create our alert component using a div tag with the class alert and alert warning to give it the warning color, and we'll add some margin in the bottom using mb3 and MBSM5, so the same values as up here, and it will change on this small breakpoint size. We will also add the role attribute, the value alert. Inside of this, we can now add our h2 heading element with the class alert heading and the text we are hiring. Then inside of this, we'll add a paragraph. I'll grab that from the finished project over here. So let me just find that right there. I'll actually copy all of this content here and paste it in. As you can see, I've pasted in this paragraph, but we can see that we have also wrapped the last few words in an anchor tag with the class alert link to make it match the correct styling of this alert. Now we can save this, go back and refresh, and here we have our alert section inside of the new container. We will now create the what section, which covers these two sections, what we do and who we are. So this is an example of a complex nested grid system. If we resize the browser window to the small size here, we can see that we have 4 columns stacked. We have the image, some text, another image, and some more text. When we reach the small breakpoint right there, we can see that this turns into a 2-column grid with image at the left side and text on the right side. However, when we reach a large breakpoint right there, let's scroll up, we can see that we have an outer grid that turns into a 2-column grid as well. And inside of this, we have the 2 nested grid systems. We have also applied some padding and a background color and removed the gutters for this grid. So this is all aligns with the parent container that all the other elements on the page lives in as well. So let's go ahead and see how we create this. In our code editor, stay inside of our new container class here and after our alert component. Then we'll add a div tag with the class row. We'll remove the gutters using the G0 class. We'll add the background light using the BG light class. Then we'll add padding on all sides using the P4 class. Then we'll add some margin in the bottom and increase that for small devices and up by using the MBSM5 class. So this is for the parent element, the row. Inside of this, we'll now create our first column using the classes call12 and call LG6. And this will also get some margin in the bottom, which we'll remove again for large devices and up, just like so. And inside of this, we can now create our nested grid using a div tag with the class row, and then our column using the classes call12 and call SM6. Remember, these turns into a 2-column grid quite early, already at the small breakpoint. And then the text center class to center the content, which is an image. So for some screen sizes, this will be centered when it's not taking up the full width. Then we add our image, which will be found in the IMG folder. The size is 300 times 300.png. The classes will be IMG fluid to make it responsive, and then rounded circle to make it circular. And we'll add some margin in the bottom, MB4 initially, and remove that again for large devices like so. Then we can create our other column using the classes call12 and call SM6. Inside of this, we first have a heading element, the H2 element, with the title or text what we do, and then a paragraph. And we'll open up our sidebar here and get that paragraph from right there. Close it up again and paste it in like so. After this, we'll add a link style as a button with the classes btn and btn primary. and I'll add the text read more. Now we can copy the code for this column inside of the outer row, like so, paste it in, and update this heading text to who we are. Now we can save this, go into our browser, select the right tab and refresh. Here we see it. So let's resize this and verify that initially everything is stacked and the image is centered in the first and third column. Then for small devices here, this turns into a 2-column grid. The 2 inner rows turns into a 2-column grid for small and medium devices. And for large devices, the outer row turns into a 2-column grid as well. We can also see we have the background color and the padding all around, and the gutters has been removed, so this all aligns nicely with the rest of the content on the page. So this was the what section of this homepage.
It's break time. Do you like this video? Don't forget to subscribe to get new videos. Share this video to open new premium videos and ebooks. We'll be a star freelancer.
We will now create the news section, which is the last section before our footer on this page. This is a 4-column grid with card components in each column, and you can see that everything is stacked here initially. Then for medium devices turns into a 2-column grid, for large devices a 4-column grid, and for extra large devices a 3-column grid. So let's go ahead and create that. After our closing div tag for this row here, we can start creating a new, still inside of this div tag that is the container for the page. So we add a new class row, and then we add the div tag for the first column, call 12, call MD6 to make it 2-column grid for medium devices, and call LG4 to make it a 3-column grid for large devices, and call XL3 to make it a 4-column grid for extra large devices. We also add the MB3 class to add some margin in the bottom. Now we can create our card component, first with the div tag with the class card. Inside of this, we create our card header using the card header class and the small class to make the font size smaller. Then we add the text published, and then we add the time element with the date time attribute with the value 2020-10-01, and then the human read friendly format here 01-10-2020, the human friendly format. Alright, after this card header, we add a div tag with the class card body. Inside of this, an h2 heading element with the class card title and the text news item. After this, we add our paragraph with the class card text. And now I'll grab that paragraph from the finished project here. Let me just find that right there. Copy that and close it down and paste it in. After this card body, we'll add a card footer using a div tag with the class card footer, and inside of this add an anchor tag styled as a button by using the classes btn and btn block to make it take up the full width of the card, and btn primary to give it the primary color. Then we add the text read more. We can now copy and paste this column 3 times, 1, 2, 3, so that we have these 4 columns in total. Now we want to make some changes to this 3rd and 4th column. For the 4th column, we can remove our margin in the bottom since there's no columns after this one. And for the 3rd one, we have the margin in the bottom initially. Then we want to remove that for medium devices by adding the class MD0, since this will now be the first column in the 2nd row, and this column down here will be the 2nd column in the 2nd row. And since there's no more rows, we don't need any margin in the bottom anymore. Then for the large device, this will change into a 3-column grid. So we need to add this margin bottom back in by adding the class MBLG3. And for the extra large breakpoint, this will turn into a 4-column grid, and we can remove this again since all 4 columns will now stay on one line. So we add the class MBXL0 to remove that. And let's copy this last class and apply it to the first 2 columns here as well. Like so. Alright, we can now save this, go back and refresh, and here we see our 4 columns. We can see that initially they are stacked, they have this margin bottom, all of them except for the last one. Then in our 2-column grid, the first 2, one of those have the margin bottom, and when we have the 3-column grid, the first 3 of them have the margin bottom, and for the 4th-column grid, none of them have the margin in the bottom. So that was how we created the news section. We will now create the footer, which is this 4-column grid. We can see that it has its own background color. And here we have all columns being stacked on top of each other. In the bottom we have a copyright notice. And then it turns into a 2-column grid first, which we can see right here, and then a 4-column grid. We have a bunch of links as the content and some icons from Font Awesome, as well as an address here. So let's go ahead and create this. Let's scroll down here. After our very last div tag, we'll create our footer tag. Give it the class small to make all the font size inside of this smaller, and then the BG light to add the gray background color. Then we add the div tag with the class container to make the content align with the rest of the page. And then we add some vertical padding by using the py3 class and pysm5 to increase this padding for larger breakpoints. Then we add the div tag with the class row. And inside of this, we create our first column using the classes call 12, then call sm6, and call md3. So first everything stacked, then 2 columns, and then 4 columns. Then we add our heading element with the text quick links, and then an unordered list with the class list unstyled. So this will not be styled. We'll remove the bullets and the margin and padding for this list. Then we can add a list item with an anchor tag inside. We'll add the HTML, the index.html as the value here. So this is for the home page. Then we'll copy and paste this and update these values here to services and about. Team and contact, like so. Then we'll create our second column. We'll copy and paste this. We'll change the heading style to be information. Then we'll remove 2 of these links, and we'll remove the href attribute or value. So it will simply be empty links that leads to nowhere. Then we'll change the text to legal information, job opportunities, and frequently asked questions. After this, we'll paste in the column again, change this text to follow us, and we'll now update this value again so it become empty, and then we'll add an icon here from Font Awesome. This will be with the class FAB since we're using brand icons, and FAW since it will have a fixed width. And then the first one will be Facebook. Then we'll update the other ones to Instagram, then Twitter, then YouTube, then LinkedIn. We'll update the text as well and add a space in front of it like so. Space and then Instagram, space Twitter, space YouTube, space LinkedIn. Now we have our fourth column here. We'll paste this text in, update the text here to our location, and let's remove this unordered list. We now want to use the address tag like so. Inside this we'll add our company name in a strong class or a strong tag, and then company name. Then we'll add a line break here. Then we'll add our street name, then zip code and city, and one more line break. And then we'll add our phone and mail. So first we'll add an icon, FAS, FW, and FA phone. So this will be a phone icon. After this we add an anchor tag. The href attribute will be prefixed with tel, colon, and a plus. And then these numbers 1 through 9 and 0 in the end. Then as text. Whoops, I'm doing something wrong here. Here we have the text, like so, and then we close our anchor tag. We add a line break, and we add one more icon here. This will be the FA envelope icon. And after this we'll have an anchor tag with the href attribute with the prefix mail to, colon, then info at domain.com, and the text will be info at domain.com. Now we'll go down below our closing div tag for the row, but still inside of our container class that lives in the footer, and we'll add an URL tag with the class list inline. Then margin top MT2, we'll add that and remove the margin bottom with the MB0 and center the content with the text center class. And then our first list item will get the class list inline item. We'll add the copyright symbol like so, and add the text 2010-20 company name. Then we add one more list item with the list inline item class and the text all rights reserved. Now we'll save this, go back and refresh on the correct page and scroll a bit down, and here we have our footer. We can see we have all the right icons in place, and we can see that the responsive grid works. First everything is stacked, then a 2-column grid, and then a 4-column grid. So this was the end of our first page for this project, the home page. We will now create our services page, which we can navigate to by following the menu up here. So this is our second page. When we resize the browser window, we can see that this contains 4 responsive grid systems, each with a 2-column grid. So here we have a 2-column grid being stacked on small devices with the image first and then the text. And then we can see when we reach the medium breakpoint right there, it turns into a 2-column grid. And the first and third one of them has the order reversed for medium devices and up. So you'll learn how to do that as well. We can also see the content is vertically centered. Alright, so let's go ahead. First we start by selecting all of our current code and copying that. Open up the sidebar and create a new file which we'll call services.html. Then we paste it in, close the sidebar again. Then we can make adjustment to the title tags. It will be services, small business. Then we'll update this active link to be number 2. So we'll remove the active class and also move the area current attribute like so. Let's also get rid of that one. Then down here, we'll first remove the code for the hero element, and then we'll remove all of the code inside of our container, like so. We'll keep our footer, and now we can add new content inside of our container right here. So we'll add an h2 heading element with the classes text center to center align it, mbsm4 to add some margin to the bottom, and display1 to make it a display heading with large font size. And then we add the text our services, like so. Now we create our first of 4 rows using a div tag with the class row, mb4 to add some margin in the bottom, align item center to vertically align the 2 columns, and then for the first and third of these columns we have the flex md row reverse class, which is a flex utility that will reverse our row for medium devices and up. Inside of this we can now create our first column using the classes call12, call md6, mb3 and md0. So initially it will have margin in the bottom, and this will then be removed for medium devices when this turns into a 2-column grid. Then we add the image tag, which has an image from the img folder 600x450.png, and the class img fluid to make it fluid. After this column we have another column. The classes call12 and call md6. We add the h2 heading element with the text service number 1, and then we add a paragraph. We'll grab the text from that for that paragraph from over here, the finished project. We have that paragraph right there. Let's close up the sidebar and paste the text in. Let's toggle word wrap like so. Then we add our anchor tag, and the class will be btn and btn primary. We add the text read more. Now we can copy this row here once, paste it in. Well, actually, before we do that, we'll add our horizontal rule. I forgot that, the HR, with the class mb4. Then we can add it in. We can also remove this class since we only want to reverse the order for the first and third of these columns. Then after this, we'll add a horizontal rule again with the mb4 class. Then we'll paste in the code from before. We'll keep this class, and actually let's just go one step back and update this number to service 2 and down here to service 3. Then we'll add the horizontal rule last time with the class mb4 and paste in the code. Remove this class here since we only want this for number 1 and 3 of the columns. This is number 4. And update this text to service number 4. Now we can save, go into the browser, select the right tab and refresh, and navigate to the services page. And here we see it. We have the horizontal rule between all of these 4 rows. We can see that number 1 and 3 has the order reversed, and initially everything is stacked without the order being changed. So this was the services page. We'll now start creating our third page, which is the About page that we can navigate to by clicking up here in our menu. We'll focus on the first part, the story part, which is simply a paragraph and a text. So let us now go into the code editor, select all of our code, copy it, open up the sidebar and create a new file, which we'll call about.html. Close the sidebar and paste the text in. Then scroll to the top. We'll update the title tag first to about-small business. Scroll a bit down and then remove all of our content except for our heading here. So let's select all of this text like so and keep this heading. This should actually be an H1 heading element. So let's just change that and change the text to about. Before we continue, let's quickly go back to the services page and just change this to H1. So this will be fixed. Sorry about that mistake. Now I can go back and continue. So in here, we'll add a div tag with the class mbsm4 to add some margin to the bottom for small devices and up to all of our text content for this section. Then we add an H2 heading element with the class text center and mbsm4 to add some more spacing after this heading element. Then we add our story text. After this, we'll add a paragraph. And I'll grab that text from the finished project. Scroll a bit down here. We'll grab all 3 paragraphs, including the HTML tags. Let's get rid of this tag and paste it in. Toggle the word wrapping, and here we can see all 3 paragraphs inside of our div element and after our H2 heading element. So let's go into the browser and navigate to the About page. And here we see what it looks like. We can compare this to the finished version. We can see it looks exactly the same. So we have now created the story section of the About page. But before we end this lecture, I can see that we forgot to change the active class for the menu item. So let's quickly do that. Scroll up here to the top, move this active class down to the About page and move this area current attribute to the same anchor tag. Go back, refresh, and now it changes to the About here in the menu. So that's the story section. We'll now create the second section on this page, our office. So this is a 2-column grid with 2 figures, with images and a figure caption inside of it. Let's quickly resize this. We can see initially they are stacked. Then for large devices, they turn into a 2-column grid. All right, so inside of our code editor, we'll scroll down here, and right after our div tag, still inside of our container, we'll create a new div tag with the same margin bottom class, mbsm4. Now we can create an H2 heading element with the class text center and mbsm4, also like before, and add the text our office. You can see it the same as up here. Then after this, we create our grid system. So we have the div tag with the class row, and inside of this we have the div tag with the classes called 12 and call LG6. Then we can create our figure using the figure tag with the class figure. Inside of this we'll add an img tag with the source being img/800 times 600.png, and the classes figure img and img fluid to make it responsive. We'll give it the alt attribute with value figure image. After this, we add our fig caption element with the class figure caption. So notice the difference. The HTML element is fig caption and the class is figure caption. Then we also add the class small to make the text inside it smaller. Inside of this, we add a paragraph with the class font italic to make the font italic, and we remove the margin in the bottom with the mb0 class. Then we add the text photo by photographer name. Then we add one more paragraph with the class mb0 to remove the margin in the bottom, and I'll now grab the text from the finished project over here. So the text is right there, and paste it in like so. Now we'll copy this column here, paste it in. Let's save, go back, select the right page or tab and refresh. And here we have our office section. So we can now continue with the last section of this page in the next lecture. We will now create the last part of this page, the clients section. So here we have the heading, our clients, and then 12 images. Each of the images is in its own column. Initially, we can see we have a 2-column grid. And for small devices, we have a 3-column grid. For large devices, we have a 6-column grid. And that is how this grid system behaves. So let's go into our code editor here. And we'll go to that closing div tag and create a new one with the same classes as before, mbsm4, and the heading element with the same class as before, text center, and mbsm4. Give it the text our clients, like so, and then we create our grid system. So we add the div tag with the class row, and then we create the column using the classes call 6 to make it span half of the width initially, call sm4 to make it span a third of the width for small devices and up, and call lg2 to make it span 1/6 of the width for large devices and up. We also add some margin in the bottom by adding the class mb3. Inside of this we add the img tag, and we'll find the image folder or the img folder and the image 400 x 300.png, and we'll give it the class img fluid. Now let's copy this column and paste it in 11 times in total. So we have a total of 12 columns. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Let's see if we counted correct. Let's go to the browser and refresh. Yes, we have 12 columns here. Initially, 2-column grid, then a 3-column grid, and then a 6-column grid. So this was the final section of our About page. We will now create the 4th page in this project, which is the team page. We'll navigate to it by clicking up here in the menu. Here we can see our Teams page, which has this display heading, a lead paragraph, and then it has these 12 items, I would call them. So this is 12 columns with a rounded image, some icons that features links around them, and some text here to showcase the team of the business. We can see how this grid system behaves. Initially, everything will be stacked. For small devices, a 2-column grid, medium devices, a 3-column grid, large devices, a 4-column grid, and extra large devices, a 6-column grid system. So let's go ahead and create that. In our code editor, we'll start by copying all of our code, open up the sidebar, and adding a new file, which we'll call team.html, and then we'll paste this code in right here. Then we'll scroll to the top. Let's close up the sidebar, scroll to the top, rename the title to be team-small business, and then we'll get rid of the content for this page. So let's simply select this. We'll keep the heading, scroll it down a bit like so. Now we have our container div and we have our heading. We'll change the text in the heading to meet the team, and after this we'll add a paragraph with the class lead to turn it into a lead paragraph. We'll also add some margin to the bottom using the MB5 class. I'll grab the text for this in the finished version here. I'll grab this text, close it up, paste it in. So now we have our paragraph, and then we can create our responsive grid system. We'll start with the div tag with the class row, and inside of this we'll add a div tag with the classes to create the column. So call 12 to take up full width initially, call SM6 to take up half width for small devices and up, call MG4 to take up a third of the width for medium devices and up, call LG3 to take up a quarter of the width for large devices and up, and call XL2 to take up 1/6 of the width for extra large devices and up, and text center class to center it, the content inside of it, and MB3 to add some margin in the bottom. Inside of this we'll first add an image using the img tag, and the image will be found in the img folder, and it will be the 200x200.png image, which will give the classes img fluid or img fluid to make it responsive, then rounded circle to make it circular, and MB2 to add some margin in the bottom. Then we'll add the alt text figure image. After this we'll add an unordered list with the class list inline, and the MB1 to add some margin in the bottom as well. So this will be an inline list with 2 list items. That will get the class list inline item and small to make the text smaller. Inside of this we'll now add an anchor tag, just like so. And inside of that anchor tag we'll first add an icon using the I tag with the classes FAB, so this is from Font Awesome brand icons, then FA2X to make it twice the regular size, and then FA Twitter square to use a Twitter square icon. Then we close the I tag, and then we add a span tag with the class visually hidden, visually-hidden. Then we add the text here, Twitter. We close the span tag, close the A tag, and close the LI tag. Now I will copy and paste this and update the icon class to FA LinkedIn and the text to LinkedIn as well, like so. Then after the URL tag we can add an H5 heading element with first name, last name, and a paragraph, Chief Executive Officer. Now we can select this column here and paste it in 11 times, so we have a total of 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Let's save this, go back and see if we counted correct. Select the new page, team here, and here we see that we have the 6 columns initially. 1, then 2, then 3, then 4, then 6 column grid. I can see that we yet another time forgot to update our navigation, so let's quickly do that. Scroll to the top and move this active class down here, and move the area current attribute down here as well. Save, go back and refresh. Now we can see that that is correct too. So this was the team page. We will now navigate to the final page that we're going to create for this project, the contact page. We can click the menu up here, and here we have it. This page has two columns grids. The first one has the address part and the opening hours. The second one has the message part and the map. When we resize this, we can see that initially everything will be stacked, and then on larger screens it turns into 2-column grids. Let's now focus on the address part here. In our code editor, we'll start by selecting all of our code, copy it, then create a new file which we'll call contact.html. Then we'll paste it in, we'll close up on my sidebar, scroll to the top, update this text here to contact. Then we'll scroll a bit down, remove the active class here, down to this last nav link, and also move the area current attribute down to this last link here. Now let's get rid of the content on this page except for the heading. So to do this, I select all of this. One more closing div tag, like so. And now we're inside of our container. We'll now update this text here to be contact. And then we'll start creating our first grid system. So we have the div tag with the class row. And inside of this, we'll define our column using a div tag with the classes call12 and call md6. Inside of this, we'll first add the h2 heading element with the address as the text. And then we'll add an address element. Inside of this, we'll add a strong tag around our company name, like so, and then add a line break in the end. Then we'll add street name, one more line break, and then zip code and city, one more line break, and then we'll create the phone number with an icon in front of it. So we add the I tag with the classes FAS, FAFW, and FA phone. So this will be a fixed width phone icon from the solid part of the icons you can find with Font Awesome. That's what the S stands for in this FAS class, the solid icons. Then we add an anchor tag with the prefix tel, colon, and plus, and then we add in a number here. And now we can add in the same number as text in a human-friendly way, like so. We add a line break again, and then we add a new icon, which will be the envelope icon. And this will have an anchor tag after it with the prefix mail2 colon, since this is for emails. And then we add the mail info@domain.com and the text info@domain.com. We can now save this, go into our browser, select the right tab, and navigate to this new page here. And here we see that we have our first section of this page. We will now create the second section for our contact page, which is the Hours section. So this is quite simple. We have different text here, and we have part of it being floated at the right side. So inside of our code editor, we'll scroll down here and create our next column for this first grid system using the classes call12 and call md6, so the same as before. Then we add an h2 heading element with the text opening hours. Then we create a paragraph tag. Inside of this, we'll first add Monday to Thursday, and then we'll add the span tag with the class float right to float the times to the right side of this paragraph. So we add the 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. like so. Then we add a line break. Then we have Friday through Saturday. The same span tag with the class float right. The times would be 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. Whoops, sorry about that. We add a line break in the end here. Then we have Sunday. The span tag with the class float right, and the time 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. and no line breaks after this one. We can save this, go in and select the right tab and refresh. Here we see it. Let's verify that our responsive grid works. Yes, it does. Initially they are stacked, and then for medium devices and up they turn into a 2-column grid. We will now create the message section of the contact page. So we see that down here. When we resize the browser window, we can see initially all form fields are stacked on top of each other. Then for small breakpoints, we see that we have a nested grid inside of this, where these fields turns into a 2-column grid. So we have a row wrapped around the name and email field, and another row wrapped around the telephone and department field. When we reach the large breakpoint, it turns into a 2-column grid, and we have the map next to it. Alright, let's see how we create this message form. So in our text editor, we find the last row we just created and create a new row after that. A div tag with the class row, and inside of this we add a div tag with the class call 12 and call LG6. We also add the class MB3. Notice that this second main row or grid system changes to a 2-column layout for large devices and up, but the previous row changes to a 2-column grid for medium devices and up, so it's not exactly the same. Inside of this, we'll add our heading, send us a message, and after this we add a form tag. Now we'll create the nested grid system using a div tag with the class row, and for our form we add a div tag with the class call 12 and call SM6. So this turns into a 2-column grid already at the small breakpoint. Then we'll add a wrapping element for our form field to provide some spacing using the class MB3 on this div tag. Then we can create a label with the for attribute being name and the class form label. It will get the text name. Then we add a div tag with the class input group, and inside of this we'll first add a span tag with the class input group text, and inside of this we add an icon using the I tag and the classes FAS and FA user. Remember to close the I tag and close the span tag after that. Then we add an input element with the type text, the ID name which we're referring to in the for attribute and the label element, then the class form control. The name will also be name. Then we have a placeholder with the text name, and finally we add the required attribute for this field, like so. Now we'll copy all of this code for the column and paste it in one time. We'll select the value of the for attribute, the text, the type here, the ID, and the name value. Then we'll add email instead, and we'll edit this character E so it becomes uppercase. Then we'll change the icon to an envelope icon, and we'll edit the placeholder value to be example at email.com. We'll keep the required attribute. Now we'll create one more row here, div tag with the class row, and we'll paste the same code from before. So we have the same column here. Then we'll select the for attribute here, the name, the ID, and the name here. And we'll write telephone for all of these values. Edit this character here. Change the icon to the phone icon. Change the type from text to tel. And edit the placeholder to be this number here. We'll remove the required attribute. Then instead of pasting in this again, we'll simply create the second column for this row using the same classes as the other column. Then we add the wrapping element to our field. Then we have our label, which is for the department, and the class will be form label. Text will be department. We'll have a div tag with the class input group, like so. Inside this, a span tag with the class input group text. So until now, everything has been similar, but it will change in just a moment. Then we have the icon, FAS and FA home, which is the home icon. Remember to close the I tag, like so. And now we don't have an input. Instead, we have a select element. So we have the select, the ID department. The class will not be form control, but form select. The name will be department, and we have an area described by attribute as well, which would be department help block. And then we add the required attribute on this field. Remember to close the select here, and then inside we add our options. The first option will have an empty value, and the text will be select here with a dash before and after. Then we have an option with the value being business, like so, and the text business. We'll copy and paste that a few times. We'll update the second one to be sale, and the third one will be support, like so. After this input group, but still inside of our div tag with the MB3 class, we'll add a small element with the ID department help block and the class form text. We'll add the text, please select the recipient of your message, like so. Now, after this row tag, which we have right here, we'll create our final wrapper for an input field or a form field. It's more correct. We'll have a label inside of it, the value message in the for attribute, and the form label class, the text message. Then we have an input group, same as before. We also have this input group text here with an icon with the class FAS and FA pencil alt, like so. And now after this, we don't have an input or a select, but a text area element, like so. This will get the ID message. The class will be form control. The name will be message. The row will have a value of 5, so it will be 5 rows tall. Then we'll add the placeholder attribute with the value write your message here. And finally, we add the required attribute, like so. Remember to close the text area. Now, just before our closing form tag, we'll add 2 buttons. First will be a button with the type submit and the class btn and btn primary, and the text submit. Then we'll have another button with the type reset and the class btn and btn secondary. The text will be reset. Now we'll save this, go into our browser, select the right tab and refresh. Here we see our message form. It looks correct. We can just compare it to our final project, like so. We can see everything is the same. And when we resize the browser window, we can see initially all fields are stacked, and for small devices they turn into a 2-column grid, these first 4 form fields. So this was the message section.
This video is over. Go to starfreelance.eu to download these videos, materials, and sources. Watch more videos to get premium videos and ebooks. We'll be a Starfreelancer.